to the Northwest Crossroads.
Hit hard from the backside. It is
the greater South Shore.
Inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
And the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving.
First down.
Until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on Game Night.
Our prayers are with the friends down south who have been affected by Hurricane Helene. And as the storm travels north, the winds have arrived in northwest Indiana. How will the weather affect Friday's night's action? Will the rain hold off until after game time? We will find out as soon as we breeze into week 6, because this is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union. We welcome WJOB and JED TV viewers and listeners for our pre- and post-game simulcasts. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, your windbag of a host for the next 4 hours of prep football action. Tonight we have Andrew Johnson manning switches. Kyle Svetanoff will be handling the phones. Tom Maloney will provide scoreboard updates. And of course, our own force of nature, Coach Wayne Svetanoff. Coach, are you ready for tonight?
Oh, I am ready. It's going to be a different type of ball games tonight. With that wind out there, it's going to be tough to throw the ball.
Right. I was looking at some of the wind forecasts and the weather forecast for tonight. A friend of mine and friend of the show, Matt Wentz, who used to be our meteorologist here for Lakeshore, he is predicting high winds. And, I've been out in those winds just as soon as, a few minutes ago. We're expecting, 30, 40 mile per hour gusts and some sustained winds in the 10 to 15 to 20 mile per hour range. This is going to be quite a windy night.
It really is, and teams are going to have to adjust. There's just going to have to run the ball, try some sweeps and whatever, but I don't think there'll be much passing unless the winds die down a lot.
Only pass if you need to in an emergency like that, right? And it's going to be very interesting to see how teams, adjust to this sort of thing. I like a balanced offense. I actually prefer a team that passes more like 60% versus 40%.
Right.
But the bottom line is, hey, that may not be the case here if that ball's going to get pushed around by this wind.
Well, certainly when we talk about wind and gusts and things, we're looking at maybe not a lot of 50-yard passes or 40-yard passes.
Right.
If you can get the screens moving, if you can get some dump-offs to your running backs, that may be okay.
Right.
And then you've got to have, obviously, the mentality of, being aggressive on that offensive line.
Absolutely. You need to be able to control that line of scrimmage, and protect your quarterback. There's not going to be a ton of 5-step drops.
Right.
You get those flare routes, you get those screen passes, those bar routes, any type of slant on the inside. That is how you're going to attack this from the passing standpoint, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it really affects today.
Yeah, and we've got games that, really like a Crown Point. They can run and pass the ball. How well will they do against a Valparaiso, that has a pretty strong offense?
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. The key for Valparaiso, and that is actually our game of the week this week, is Valparaiso hosting Crown Point. That is going to be a very interesting matchup, and here's why. Crown Point has been Hercules, this entire season and all of last season. Valparaiso coming off a exciting win last week against Cheston. I was trying to find another adjective to kind of add on to that, but it was a victory that was just a heart stopper right there at the end in overtime.
Right. I was just going to say that.
Right.
In overtime.
So there's a lot of momentum here on Valparaiso's side. And Crown Point is all momentum. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams match up this week.
Yeah, and you've got on the board here, limit big plays, open up the passing attack for Valpo. Valpo, can move the ball. Tommy Berta is a very, very good running back.
Absolutely.
And if they can get him some space, which is going to be tough because Crown Point is tough on both sides of the ball. But if they can, and maybe a real key is, if they can score first on Crown Point, I don't think anybody all season has scored first. on Crown Point.
Not to my recollection, and there's not been very many times, if at all, that Crown Point has been trailing at any point in the last few years. So it'll be interesting to see. The issue being they're so well coached. Both of these teams are exceptionally well coached. Let's be fair here. These are two of the best coaches in Northwest Indiana.
Right.
We had Bill Marshall on last week. He has, he won a state title 2 years ago. Craig Bazia was down in the state finals last year with Crown Point, and for all intents and purposes, it looks like they're on a trajectory to potentially get back there. So these are two of the premier teams in Northwest Indiana. You throw in some of the Maryvilles, the Hanover Centrals, and some of these other teams that have been really successful, but these are the two of the biggest, and it's going to be a clash of the Titans here.
Yeah, it is, and this obviously it's the game of the week this week, and we've talked about all the really competitiveness between these two teams. They have always played each other fairly well, no matter who wins. And this one is going to be another one of those. I don't see a blowout here for Crown Point. I think this may be their second with Maryville, second real test.
So what I've noticed here with Crown Point is a lot of these good teams will play tight with them for 2-3 quarters. And then all of a sudden, they just keep wearing on these players, wearing on these teams. And, just to be, God's honest truth with you, right now, Crown Point is a juggernaut.
Yes.
And Valparaiso is an excellent program. You don't win state titles without being an excellent program. It's going to be a situation where, which team is on the upward trajectory of their season, which team is, I don't want to say downward trajectory, because there ain't no shame in losing to either of these teams.
No.
But I think that Crown Point has an advantage here, and they can make a really good team look a little silly if everything clicks for them.
That's a situation where we've talked about this all season on Crown Point. They've got, athletic people in the backfield offensively. Right. They've got a great defense, But the key to Crown Point is, and you just mentioned this, is their offensive and defensive lines.
Right.
And, we talked about them working, in that weight room all summer long. This is the type right now of game where that offensive line for Crown Point is going to stand out. They're going to be able to open up holes. Now, can Valpo's defense match up with that?
Well, what's working in Valpo's advantage right now is this win is going to make Crown Point one-dimensional.
Right.
Now, does Crown Point need to pass to win a game? Well, they've shown that they can dominate on the ground as well.
Yes, they have.
Valparaiso, what they can do here is maybe slow down that Crown Point offense, make them one-dimensional, keep them in the game. And Valparaiso's offense has shown throughout the year that they are pretty tough. They will put points up. They scored 42 points against Penn to open the year. That's against Penn, one of the best teams in the northern half of Indiana. So this team can score. It's going to be interesting to see how Crown Point and Valpo match up in that regards.
Yeah, and, this situation, obviously, Coach Bazia is telling his players, you don't want to get behind.
Nope.
This is not a game. You're at a hostile environment. It's a good team,
right.
Good program, and this is not one that you can get down, 14 points, and then all of a sudden, magically in the fourth quarter,
right.
Come back. Valpo is solid. So Crown Point needs to score first, but that's the same situation for Valpo.
Sure.
Let's get on the board first, keep Crown Point chasing us.
Right.
And then go into that fourth quarter and have that possibility of winning.
Yep. Get that momentum, seize it, and then ride it. So that's our game of the week. We'll have Mireille Fernandez here calling us and giving us the lowdown on that game. That is our game of the week. Also, let's move on to our beef of the week. We've got a classic rivalry here, Hobart at Lowell. That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it really is. And Hobart is starting to make a move.
Right.
They had a great game last week. They had an overtime victory against Andrean, which was just outstanding. We were able to see some of the highlights.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
While we were broadcasting. That Hobart's on a roll. Now, it's at Lowell,
right?
New field for Lowell,
yeah.
So that means that there's not a lot of muddy, surfaces anywhere.
Right, the nice,
even
beautiful
though
turf.
The ground crew out at Lowell are trying to water that, but it didn't work. But this is going to be a tight one. I think that Hobart comes in with some, momentum.
Right.
But Highland had a 41-7 win last week.
Hobart.
Hobart.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. They had
Lowell, you mean?
41.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, what are we talking
Yeah,
about?
we're all turned around. I couldn't get
wind's blowing.
Yeah, the wind's blowing in here. I couldn't get my intro out. I got tongue tied. It's all good. We'll make it through this together, Wayne. We got this.
But it was Lowell. Lowell
Yes.
was at Highland, and Lowell had a 41-7 win, and so obviously they're on a good trajectory right now.
Right.
And going then into Lowell, that's going to be a really, really big one for them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, the RDP chants, the beautiful scenery, the tailgate scene out there in Lowell. These are some of the best fans in not only Northwest Indiana, not only the northern half of Indiana. These are some of the most passionate fans in Indiana.
Yeah.
And hey, shout out to all my Red Devils down there who are listening to us at their tailgates. We love you. But it's going to be an exciting atmosphere here because this is a huge rivalry, and they're going to be able to go head-to-head. Two smash-mouth football teams. I love it. You can't beat that in Northwest Indiana.
I totally agree.
All right, so that would be our beef of the week. We will have Gary Graben calling in and highlighting some of that game for us as the night goes on. Some of the other games we have going on here, a game that I'm pretty interested to see how it's going to turn out. We've got Lake Central at Michigan City, two pretty evenly matched teams right now.
Yeah, they really are. And Lake Central is coming on here at this point in the season. Michigan City's defense, that's the thing to question.
Legit.
They really had a chance at beating a
Maryville. Yeah.
And just came up a little short. How's Lake Central going to react to that? And plus, they're on the road.
Right.
So now you got to travel to Michigan City.
That has got to be the longest drive in the DAC. I'm just doing the math here.
How about the LaPorte drive?
Yeah,
from Lake Central.
Yeah, it's probably about the same.
That's right.
Yeah, when you think about it, but that's a pretty long drive.
Yeah, it is.
So for those of you who are listening at home, my day job is in LaPorte. I drive an hour to get here to the station after work, and that's a pretty tough drive. Now I'm getting older, but I get stiff in that hour long drive. It'll be interesting to see. I've always said, and I know the listeners and you folks, and when Tommy, when he was here with us, they'd roll their eyes when I said, hey, that commute is a real thing, and some of these kids don't stay on edge during that time frame.
Yeah, well, they better stay on edge this week,
Yes,
especially if Lake Central wants to do what I'm picking as kind of an upset. I like Michigan City at home here. Their defense is that good, and their offense with the Hart young man, he's really played well.
Right. Just
not enough yet to pull out, victories like against the Maryville.
Sure. Now we're still early in the season. Well, I guess we're not. We're in mid-season now.
Mid-season.
But you're always continually improving, one step at a time. By the end of the season, we'll be able to see, and I do like what's going on in Michigan City.
I do too.
All right, another team heading into LaPorte County is Maryville to take on LaPorte. Maryville, survived a bit of a scare from Michigan City last week, but this week they're on the road to LaPorte. I don't want to call this a get-right game situation for Maryville, but it's definitely a circumstance where, Maryville can kind of iron out some of the difficulties they had the last couple of weeks.
How many, people out there that like to choose winners of the games picked Maryville to only win by 2 points against Michigan City at Maryville? So obviously Maryville, is a very good team, but they've got to be able to put people away. And, right now, LaPorte, they have to drive to LaPorte. And LaPorte's kind of hurt. I think they've got some injuries. Sure. But they still can't sleep on LaPorte.
Oh, any given Friday, right? You know, that old cliche. Upsets happen. And you can't sleep on anybody. But I do think that, Maryville's really well coached, and they're ironing out some of the difficulties. They had some penalty issues earlier, some special teams concerns here and there. But they're ironing these things out, and they're continuing to just kind of grow. Like we said, we're in the middle of the season now. As long as you keep improving, you're putting yourself in good position come state tournament time.
That's right.
Speaking of a team that had a tough game last week, we've got Chesterton, who is hosting Portage this week. Now, Chesterton lost against their main rival in overtime against a Philly special trick play for 2-point conversion. Really wild situation. How does Chesterton rebound from a loss like that?
Boy, that's a tough one because it is your top rival.
Right.
They are so close, and like we've said before, they know the players on Valpo's team. Valpo knows them,
right?
And that is always, I don't care what the records are, that is always a big game. Then to take them into overtime,
right?
And lose in overtime, like you said, on a trick play, which was fantastic.
Right.
And I give Coach Marshall a lot of credit for calling it.
Some cojones right there,
yes,
for sure.
Sir, boy.
A big risky play, but it turned out
that's right.
They won the game. So before we start highlighting some of our other games we have tonight, we've got Dr. Reed Amons with an on-the-field segment with Maryville at LaPorte. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Good evening, gentlemen. Ready for another week of high school football. I really like this time of year as the positioning within conferences really starts to fall in line, as well as teams starting to get ready for tournament action here coming up in a few weeks. So it's a really exciting time in high school football and the high school football season. And tonight we've got Maryville traveling to LaPorte. Should be a good matchup. I'm really interested to see how Maryville rebounds after maybe they got to a fast start last week, but really kind of slowed down in the second half. So I'm interested to see if they can get out to a quick start and maintain that pace tonight against LaPorte. And LaPorte just here recently is, they've been right around that first victory of the season, but they haven't quite been able to get over that hurdle. And even here real recently against Lake Central, I believe they were leading Lake Central at halftime and just not able to hang on at the end. So a couple interesting storylines here tonight, and can't wait to see how things pan out here over the next couple hours.
Well, one of the interesting things to me in this particular game, Reed, is the fact that Maryville, had a nice lead last week. They need to make sure that they put the hammer down on a team like LaPorte. Like you said, LaPorte has been right around that victory, but they just can't finish it off. And Maryville doesn't want to be the one that, allows them to do that.
Exactly right, Wayne. That's the longer you let a team that you're favored to beat, the longer you let them hang around and build confidence. And what's really dangerous this time of year is you play teams that have really nothing to lose. LaPorte really has there's no holding back for them. They might as well go ahead and throw out the trick plays and maybe putting some strange alignments out there. And they don't have anything to lose at this point, and so they're preparing for their tournament, just like everybody else is. So that can be a really scary situation when teams have very little pressure on them, very little holding them back. And, if you give them a little bit of confidence, they start to build that throughout the game. That's exactly what you said, Wayne. Maryville's got to get out to that quick lead like they did a week ago. They led Michigan City 14-0, pretty much right out of the gate, able to capitalize on a turnover that Michigan City had deep in their own side of the field and gave Maryville a quick, easy score. So tonight, Maryville, I think, will be looking for similar kinds of things, maybe a defensive score, special teams score, to kind of help build that early momentum and not give LaPorte an opportunity to build a little bit of momentum or a little bit of confidence, early on in tonight's game.
Reed, I really liked your analysis here of this game, and especially something that I didn't even think of, and that is, you're right, LaPorte has nothing to lose right now. They're in a situation where a victory like this could make their season over Maryville. And I like the idea that you mentioned that, these trick plays and taking a little chance once in a while here, as opposed to just playing normal football, straight, run, pass football. I don't know how much passing tonight. But I really like that concept, and I agree with you totally.
Thanks, Wayne. And really, if you think about the way tonight is panning out, Maryville, a week from now is their homecoming night against Valparaiso. Now, today they're on the road. It's kind of a far drive. The weather's not the best. Kind of the first night where it's not been sunny and 77 degrees. So who knows how big the crowd will be tonight. Typically LaPorte does draw well. They have a good home crowd, very very passionate fans in LaPorte community. But if it's not a great crowd and kind of weather and then the bus ride, and so if Maryville comes out, this is an opportunity for Maryville to come out flat. And I'm sure Coach Cease wants anything but that. So I'm sure that he'll be really on his players about getting out to that early lead and really kind of squashing the momentum for anything that LaPorte can build. So I'm kind of interested to see how the Pirates come out tonight. If they can, get out to that 14 or 21 point lead, fairly early in the first half. It would be an uphill battle for LaPorte. But if LaPorte can keep it to a one-score game, going to halftime, even ahead by a little bit, or even a one-score game, anything can happen in that second half. And like you mentioned, Wayne, it could be a trick play. It could be Philly special, like we heard about a week ago, or something like that, where it can turn the tide very quickly in a high school football game.
All right, Dr. Reed, thank you much. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
I don't think so. It should be a really good night tonight for around our area. Should be good games. So looking forward to it and see how these conferences here as we enter the last couple weeks of the conference season, and look to see where teams are positioning themselves so we can start to figure out who's battling for a championship and who's building for the tournament only, or maybe even teams planning for next year. A year ago we were talking about Griffith, with just the one or two seniors on their team and building and look what they're doing this year. So all that kind of compounds this time of year, and so really interested to see how some of these games tonight pan out. So I hope you guys have a great night of football tonight, and I look forward to calling in with some updates and letting you know how the game's going.
All right, thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Ames. Looking forward to hearing more from you from this Maryville at LaPorte game. Before we get into our next caller, we have a little bit of interesting news. It doesn't relate to Northwest Indiana, but it's a potential state record has just been broken. According to our sports information desk from Tom Maloney, this is courtesy of Austin R. Hugh on Twitter. Dominic De Freitas made a 62-yard field goal. Rumor down there that breaks the record. Northwood leads 3-0 against Concord in the first quarter, but a 62-yard field goal. I don't care if it's not from Northwest Indiana. You really got to give that kid a round of applause.
That's darn right. Now, was the wind gust of 55 miles an hour?
Was that wind assisted?
He hit it.
Hey, I can't even kick a ball 62 yards, let alone over a crossbar. So I
can't run 62 yards. So.
Walking at that point, I'd struggle with that too. So good on that kid. That's congratulations to that young man. It very well could be a state record here. Speaking of an individual who can kick a 62-yarder, I've seen him do it before. We've got Gary Graben on the field in Lowell, Indiana for Hobart versus Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
I used to be excited just to hit a golf ball 62 yards. So, this game tonight here, Hobart and Lowell, is a traditional matchup. We had it last week with Hobart and Andrean. It continues this week. Ordinarily, you'd worry about these teams looking ahead. Hobart is at Hanover next week, could be for the conference. And next week, Kirk Kennedy returns to Lowell. But those have to be put on the back burner. And these teams have enough experience with each other that I don't think they are looking ahead to anything, because this is a rivalry that goes back a long way. Hobart 3-0 in conference. We've talked about them. Last week I had the privilege to see them against Andrean, and the assertiveness of their defense in the fourth quarter and in the overtime, and then the offense and the offensive line pounding Andrean at the end of the fourth quarter and in overtime was the difference in that game.
So do you think that's going to be a major factor going into this game, Gary?
It could be. Hobart has a little size advantage here in the line. The other thing Hobart has now with Willie Shear back is two good running backs, so they can stay fresh. We saw that Willie Shear didn't play much last week in the first half, and in the second half, he was quite dominant in those drives in the fourth quarter and in overtime. So a fresh running back here against a slightly smaller Lowell team that doesn't have the same kind of depth could be a nudge of an advantage for Hobart tonight.
So what does Lowell do to counteract that, Gary?
Well, again, Brody Kolodzinski has been the maestro of this offense this year. He's been solid. He's rushed the ball 70 times in the first 5 games. So he alone has actually been doing a lot of the running, along with Caden Thompson, who's averaging almost 5 yards a carry. We know with Lowell, the number of passes per game is probably going to be in the 7 to 10 range, whether it's windy or not. So I don't think we're going to see much of a change in game plan from Lowell. It's all about execution. They dug the hole against Hanover when they lost to Hanover with turnovers right out of the gate. Lowell needs to hang on to the ball. They need to have some sustained drives here and try to wear Hobart down a little bit, because I think that's the key for Lowell to stay in this game and have a chance to win.
This is such a big game, Gary, for both teams, and like you say, this is our beef of the week. How is the crowd there usually?
Well, what's interesting is I talked with Al Rodriguez here just a little while ago as he got to Hanover, and one of the things that's apparent tonight that people are waiting in the car for game time.
Ooh.
Because it is breezy enough that it's slightly uncomfortable. So it's tough to say. And here at Lowell, the parking is not finished yet, so it's a little difficult to see who's where. And so ask me that question a little later, and I'll give you a better answer. Because right now it just looks like the Wayne Svetanoff fan club.
That is a very dedicated fan club.
Yeah, 2 people in a chain gang. But so we'll see. We'll see as the evening goes on. Again, this game, I don't think people will stay home just because of this rivalry. I think there will be people showing up. But it is. It's not cold, but it is enough of a wind to be a little bit uncomfortable.
Another game that kind of ties into yours, Gary, is the Munster at Hanover Central. And Hanover Central, as you said, plays Hobart next week, is it?
It is.
Is this, how does Hanover Central approach this? Because on paper, you look at this and you say, Hanover is going to have an easy game. And, Lowell Hobart has a really tough game. How will that bode for each of these teams? And I know that right now, Hobart doesn't care what Hanover's doing. But still, in this situation, do you think that Hanover has an edge?
Well, when you look a little bit at what Dr. Reed was talking about with the Maryville-LaPorte game, that sort of applies to Hanover. An added distraction at Hanover tonight is that it's actually homecoming. So there are some distractions, but we know Hanover has a lot of players, and I think they will be able to handle their business good. You kind of like Hobart's situation where, as we talked about already, you can't peek ahead. With Lowell on the field, you can't be thinking, gee, next Friday we're going to be at Hanover. If you're thinking that way, it's going to be a long night for Hobart. So Hobart has to be focused on the game tonight. For Coach Parker at Hanover, I think it's more just keeping his guys focused. I think a couple of his stars are even in the homecoming court tonight. Amazing, by the way, that I have these details, and I didn't even know I was going to talk about the Hanover game. So try to stop me again.
Always prepared.
But again, we know how much talent Hanover has, and Munster is certainly limited. They played a much better game last week against East Chicago, but it's a long way from East Chicago to Hanover, literally and figuratively. So I don't think Hanover will have any problems, but they just want to get through this night. I'm sure take care of business early and get their players out healthy.
All right, Gary. Anything else you want to add about our beef of the week, Hobart at Lowell?
Yeah, again, this game is always a very physical game. I would expect it to be the same tonight. I don't think, again, the wind here being straight out of the north, basically, so who's going to have the wind at the end of the game in the fourth quarter might be important, especially if you might have to try to kick something to win or send a game to overtime. So look at, again, who's going to win the coin toss. I'm sure they'll defer, but who's going to have the wind at the end of this game could be a key factor.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. That's Gary Graben from our Beef of the Week, Hobart at Lowell. Thanks, Gary.
You want to ask me about a game in southern Indiana? How about Gibson Southern versus Heritage Hills?
I thought they were playing Bloomington South this week.
Okay, I'm sure they were.
All right, fair enough. Well, we'll get back to you with that one. We'll have our sports information desk come up with a good stumper for you.
Sounds good, boys.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben. All right, folks. So I'm going to change the tone here a little bit. You know, this past March, Lakeshore Public Media lost a beloved individual, a person that I looked up to for decades, a person that I listened to over the air, and a person that has meant a lot to not only myself, to Wayne, to Andrew, to Tom, to everybody here at Lakeshore Public Media. I had the blessed opportunity to work with Tommy Williams, and he's gone too soon. Here's Lakeshore Public Media's honoring of Tommy Williams.
Tommy was able to put the spotlight on people, especially high school athletes who don't really get the opportunity to have their stories showcased and told. And Tommy, if you were the star of the team and he interviewed you, you felt great. If you were the hero of the game and he interviewed you, you felt great. If you were the kid off the bench who came in and you just happened to be the last one off the field when he came on to do some interviews and he interviewed you, you felt great.
You know what it is. Who you got? Who you got? Who you got? Who you got?
Who you got? Who you got? Who you got? Yeah!
He brought this unique skill that so few people have, and especially in this industry. You'd be amazed at how many people are reading off of a prompter, how many people need all these cue cards, and they got to rehearse a script and do all this other stuff, and he's just like, nope, we're going to just do it. And he just did it. It was fantastic.
What you got to understand, it's showtime here at the baseball stadium. You all have a script. At the TV, we have a script. But those things can change. So you've got to be on top. Tommy might have not known that the Jackson family was going to be coming out that day. Next thing he sees me out on the field, he knows. He could watch me, and he was able just to pull it right into the script. Not even knowing. He just rolls with it. That's how good he was. I don't care what sports it was, basketball, baseball, hockey, whatever. You'd ask him a question, he'd know it. Or he'd tell you. And then in the same token, Tommy always had his phone and he had his Christian music going at all times. And he was a wonderful Christian to the dear Lord.
The biggest thing for me is that I didn't really know what I was doing. I was doing stand-up and improv in Chicago. I was doing some sports entertainment stuff with some of the other Chicago teams. And then when they said, and you're gonna work with your Abbott to your Costello is going to be Tommy Williams. And I was like, Tommy Williams? From a score, because he used to work for the Score, AM 670, and he was the night guy. And so when I was driving home from doing stand-up and doing improv and all that stuff and everything, I would listen to him. And now here I am working with him. I was like, this is kind of cool, So I show up, go to the press box, and there's Tommy. And Tommy treated me like I was like his best friend. Tommy was just Tommy, man. Whether he would admit it or not, he was the consummate professional. Tommy was always prepared. Tommy was always on his game. He would listen for cues and things that I would send to him. He would send them back to me. And over time, those 21 years, we got to, we knew, like, if I knew Tommy was taking a breath, that I would pick it up and be able to carry on what he was going to do from there.
We offered Tommy the job, and he was just so excited and so blessed, just thrilled. He just couldn't believe it, but he was thrilled. He loved Gary, Indiana. He was with me from day one to rebuild it back brick by brick by brick. He grew up in a beautiful subdivision, Means Manor, right by Roosevelt, and was the star of Roosevelt, and really was the star of every school around in Northwest Indiana when he walked in.
From his time in Chicago at the Score to his time, in the Steel Yard to his time with us at Lakeshore, he touched so many lives, and I wish he had been around to be able to see that, to see how much of an impact he had on those people around him, because I don't think he knew, I don't think we ever really know. We're just there doing the reports, we're there hosting the shows, but those are lifelong relationships and lifelong bonds that people form with us. And Tommy had so many of those.
When you do it for so long, you take it for granted. I think I did for a long time. we got to have that friendship, and we got to know and talk, and then it was just like automatic. You're on autopilot, and you're in the middle of a 9-game home stretch. And you're feeding off his energy, and he's feeding off your energy and everything else, and you expect that, and then you look up at the box and you're like, oh, it's not there. Okay, I gotta carry this, He was the professional, but also at the same time, he was like your best friend when you came to the ballpark, my ballpark buddy. And I hope he's enjoying what I'm doing, but trying to, because there's no way I could fill those shoes, but just being able to exude that.
Tommy made everybody feel like a superstar. I don't think I ever met anybody who didn't like Tommy. He just brought people together.
The people that notice it the most are the fans, and I guess me. I'm missing my my John Belushi to my Dan Aykroyd, so. Yeah.
Tommy will live on here forever. Forever he will be here.
Wow.
What a great segment.
Wonderful. Wow.
The influence he had on me and things at the station here, coming in and working with him, especially on radio.
Right.
They said it all. They said it all. They really did.
They said it all. I watched that entire segment with a smile on my face, a chuckle in my heart, and a tear in my eye. Just wow. Tommy Williams, we love you. We miss your partner. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch, or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com.
Next time on It's Been a Minute, Miami locals go head to head and debate the most influential things from their neck of the woods. We're talking about iconic locales, life-saving inventions, and a historic battle between a rap group and a man who thought he was a modern-day Batman. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
So I'm sitting in the living room of my parents' home, and I am freaking out. What I'm about to say is going to change the way in which they thought my life was going to unfold.
Join us for stories that focus on the power to control your destiny. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. I want to say thank you to Palermo's for taking care of the Game Night crew this evening. Palermo's is real Chicago pizza, serving the community since 1961. You can visit Palermo's at 63rd Street at 2893 East 81st Street in Maryville and Hobart, in between the Home Depot and PetSmart. I drove right by it today. I actually saw Tom Maloney in there picking up the pizzas for this crew. How'd you like those pizzas?
Oh, they are excellent.
I love them.
Oh, my God. And anybody that likes pizza needs to go there.
Tell me about it. So thank you for your support here from Palermo's. We love the supporting local media, supporting local sports. And speaking of supporting local sports, we are in our pledge drive right now. And viewers like you and listeners like you can really help us out to create more programming and keep the programming that we have here in Northwest Indiana rolling. And it's really important that you folks out there can, if it's $1, if it's anything you can do to help us out, we'd greatly appreciate it.
A lot of times people don't understand or don't know that we get no money from the state to do this.
Right.
We're not a big television station. We depend on your support. And if you like what you see, if you like what you hear on the radio, this is your time to tell us that. That's the only way we know to continue this type of thing. And this is Northwest Indiana. We don't do Chicago and things like that. We concentrate on highlighting athletes in Northwest Indiana.
Right, and we hope you like what you see, even though Wayne and I have faces for radio, and you're looking at that right now, so we apologize for what you're seeing right now, but what you're listening to, the idea of what we do in Northwest Indiana, we put out a good message, a positive message about Northwest Indiana sports, highlighting student athletes, doing student things, but also being athletes and being good members of society. We want to uplift Northwest Indiana media, and this is a good opportunity to do so. So if you can help us out here, feel free to go to www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. That's www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. If you have it in your budget, we'd greatly appreciate your help. So speaking of that, Wayne,
yes.
Do you know what time it is?
Let's see. Yes, I do.
Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
That's right. It's Wayne's World, the most anticipated time of the week. We have our Little Five. Wayne, take it away.
Number 5, Bishop Knoll rolls into the rankings here. 2-3 on the season. They had an excellent game last week,
right?
And they really deserve this. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And this is excellent. West Central 3-2. They're starting to roll.
Right.
They had a little tough start, but they're starting to roll. Number 3 is Wheeler. I really like. Yeah.
They're tough.
They really came on. I think they had 38 points in their victory there last week. River Forest is number 2. They've got a big one this week. River Forest and Boone Grove. Boone Grove's not in the Little 5 this week, but boy, they could be if they can knock off River Forest. Forest is doing a great job. And
got Aiden Silver there. He's a tough ball player for sure.
Yeah. And then Knox is 3-2. Number 1 in the Little 5.
Right. So, this is an excellent list here. I want to highlight your number 5 here. Bishop Knoll, okay, a losing record. Big deal. We're not worried about that right now because they're playing good football. But keep in mind, Bishop Knoll's football team didn't exist 3 years ago.
Yes, that's right.
And here they are in a ranked positions for our Little 5. Incredible rebound here. They have a beautiful new football facility complex down there. Really great for Bishop Knoll here. So to recap, we've got Bishop Knoll at number 5. We've got West Central at number 4. Number 3, Wheeler at 3-2. Number 2, River Forest at 3-2. And number 1, Russ Radke's Knox team at 3-2 for the number 1 position. All right, let's move on to the top 10.
In the 10th spot, West Side. Boy, they've had a good season. They do have 2 losses, but it was the good teams. They only scored 54 last week in their victory, and they deserve this 10th spot. Some people question this one, Andrean. They're 2-3. Why are they in the top 10?
Right.
Well, the 2 losses I mean, 2 of the 3 losses were really good teams, and then last week they had victory, and it was kind of snatched from them in overtime.
Right, exactly. So, a pretty impressive slate of games for Andrean so far.
And you talk about having it snatched. This is the team Hobart who did it.
Right.
They did it in overtime, and Gary Graven talked about them. And Hobart is starting to make a turn. Big game for them today.
Yes, sir.
At Lowell, Chesterton, boy, they came up just short to some team with a V in their name. I don't know who that is. In overtime, a big rivalry game. Valpo and Chesterton. Chesterton almost squeaked it out. But they're playing well.
They are playing well. Their defense is playing really well right now.
This next one, Ben, North Judson.
My goodness.
People looking at this. North Judson. Why are they 6th? They scored 70 points last week.
Look what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been a powerhouse, and they were leading the Little Five here for the first big portion of the season. But now look at them. They're tough.
They are tough, and boy, we'll talk about this here very soon. But they've got a huge game this week against Triton. Both of them are undefeated. Triton has always had a great program. What a test for Judson. Hammond Central is 4-1. I'm sorry.
That's Hanover, right?
That's right. Hanover Central 4-1. They've only lost to the number 1 team in their division in the state last week or a couple weeks ago.
Right.
But 4-1. That's fantastic. Griffith is still undefeated.
Griffith.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm so excited for Griffith.
I am too. Phil Mason's doing a tremendous job there. Valpo, game of the week with number 1 here, Crown Point.
Right.
Valpo, has played well on offense. They need to have that defense ready to go because
especially
Crown
this
Point
week.
plays smash mouth football. Merrillville is 4-1. They had a squeaker last week against Michigan City, but again, they need to rebound, and they travel to LaPorte. So that's a tough game for them. And then Crown Point Bulldogs, 5-0. You just can't. You're amazed at what Bazee has done in the last 3 years.
Incredible
at Crown Point.
Are we that amazed, though? He's been successful everywhere he's gone.
True.
He's got that mentality. He knows how to motivate these young men and women. He knows how to get those teams up and humming, and that is an excellent position, and in fairness, the rightful position for Crown Point right now. All right, to recap the top 10, we've got number 10, Gary Westside at 3-2. Number 9, Andrean at 2-3. Andrean's had a tough schedule, so that's why they're still there, even though they've got the upside down winning percentage right there. We've got Hobart at number 8. They're at 3-2. Chesterton at 3-2. North Judson Saint Pierre Blue Jays at 5-0. Our littlest team in the top 10, they're number 6. We've got Hanover Central at number 5. They are 4-1. Our Griffith Panthers at 5-0. Undefeated Griffith, a team that struggled mightily last year, off to a red-hot start this year. And number 3, my Valparaiso Vikings at 4-1. Number 2, we've got the Maryville Pirates also at 4-1. And then number 1, the Crown Point Bulldogs at 5-0. I have no arguments with that ranking there. I really don't. I think you've done an excellent job as always, Wayne.
You know what? I'm gonna have to start mentioning this. You keep saying my Vikings. Well, my Pirates.
There you go. There you go. That's right.
4-1.
That's right. And you can also claim allegiance to Lake Central as well, because you coached it and worked there for a long time. So, it's exciting to see some tremendous performances and getting these rankings up. And the teams can't be. There's no in team, but there has been some tremendous performances from individuals here. And I think we need to start off from our Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week, a name that we've heard in and out for the last several years here. We've got Caden Verrett with Hanover Central. Caden had a heck of a game last week.
Yeah, he certainly did. He had 4 touchdowns and 169 yards total versus KV, and KV has a good defense.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely one of the premier players here in Northwest Indiana.
Yeah.
So he's doing an excellent job this year. A team that we had briefly mentioned here is in your Little Five, I believe, Wheeler? No,
yes,
yes, okay.
Yes, they are.
Number 3 in the Little Five, we've got Wheeler, we've got Jaden Ortiz.
You know, this could be an unknown. We have today other unknowns, but this young man is really not known well. But boy, he scored 3 TDs against Boone Grove, and Wheeler's making a turn here.
Yeah, Wheeler's a tough program.
Yep.
You know, they have gone, they had a lot of success, a handful of years back. They had a couple of lean years. Now they're back having that success year in and year out. So really impressive performance by Mr. Ortiz there for Wheeler. We've got Chesterton. We've got Andrew Govia.
Yeah, and he's, he had 2 TDs versus Valpo. He helped them really go into overtime here and last week against Valpo. Came up short, but boy, he's done a nice job taking over the leadership of Chesterton.
And going from Chesterton, staying in the DAC, we've got Larry Ellison with Crown Point.
Yeah, Ellison has just been outstanding. And he's going to have a big night tonight with this wind. That offensive line is going to open up some holes for Ellison, and he had 2 TDs versus Portage last week.
All right, and then we'll move on from Crown Point over to Andrean for Brady Elish.
Yes. Yeah, Elish had 2 TDs and 127 yards total versus Hobart. Crown Point was right there.
Right.
I mean, Andrean was right there last week against Hobart. They went into overtime,
right?
And Hobart's defense just really stepped up.
Right. So let's do a little bit of math here, shall we? And I was never great at math, but we're going to try this out. Caden Verrett scored 4 touchdowns.
Right.
Jaden Ortiz scored 3, so we're at 7. Andrew Gavia scored 2, that's 9. Larry Ellison scored 2, that is 11. And Brady Ellis scored 2, that is 13 touchdowns from 5 different people.
Yeah.
That is an incredible number. Those are video game numbers there. So there has been a lot of excellent offensive explosion last week, but also, there was some good defensive being played as well.
Defense doesn't get all the credit they should.
Right.
Adrian Holly here from Michigan City. Michigan City has an outstanding defense, and he had a strip sack versus Maryville, which doesn't happen very often.
No. Speaking of an excellent defensive performance with a fumble, we've got Vinny Zupan for Andrean.
Yeah, fumble recovery versus Hobart, and that happened to turn that game around against Hobart, where Andrean was starting to, really make a comeback and help to send it in overtime.
So, you've got that back and forth. There's a lot of good defense being played in this game because we also have Bryce Tolliver with Hobart.
Yeah, he had an interception versus Andrean. Again, an outstanding player.
All right, so those are some of our stars of last week. What about some people that we're calling our unknown players of the week last week? Let's start with one from Crown Point.
Jacob Soley from Crown Point. He had 2 TDs and 170 yards versus Portage. And you think, well, wait a minute. Crown Point is so dominant, and you're picking on him as an unknown player. Yes, I am, because they are so well balanced.
Right.
But Soley really had an excellent game against Portage.
Now, that's how dangerous Crown Point is. You can have a quote-unquote, and I do mean I'm putting heavy quotes there, unknown player, still end up scoring 2 touchdowns and getting 170 yards.
Yes.
That is impressive on any level of football. And that's not one of the stars on the team. Excellent job by Jacob there. We'll go from Crown Point to Wheeler. We've got Bryce Compton.
Yeah, he's a receiver for Wheeler. Klimzak is the quarterback, Caleb, I think, Klimzak. Yeah. And they're hooking up. Compton is really playing well. He had 1 TD, but he had 207 yards versus Boone Grove.
And I remember hearing about this play on the air last week. We've got Jacob White Hutzler with Lake Central. Incredible play.
97-yard TD return versus LaPorte. That's just outstanding in high school.
It is. It doesn't get much longer than 97 yards. No. That's for sure. So a wonderful performance by him. Speaking of, we've got
another one here.
Yeah, there we go.
We've got Sam Sudek from Munster. Munster really has come on offensively a little bit.
Yes, they have.
Had a nice week last week.
Mm-hmm.
This young man had 2 TDs versus East Chicago.
Yeah, the first points Munster has scored all season, so good for them. They're really doing a nice job kind of moving in the right direction. And then we have a player from our number 5 team in the Little 5, Antonio Benson from Bishop Knoll.
Yeah, I just found this out at the end of the week. He had 5 TDs and 207 yards. Versus Calumet Christian, and so great.
Yeah,
Bishop Knoll in the Little 5.
Yeah, that could have definitely have put him in the running for the Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week. That's definitely an excellent performance there by Mr. Benson. How about special teams, Wayne? We've got one from Kankakee Valley.
Yeah, we have. That's Andrew Faulkner, right?
Right.
Kankakee Valley, 2 field goals versus Hanover Central.
And then we had another one, Drayden Wilcox from Valparaiso.
Right, he had a field goal versus Chesterton.
So, just to recap, a lot of excellent performances here, but this week our Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week is Caden Verrett with Hanover Central. He scored 4 touchdowns and had 169 total yards versus Kankakee Valley, a team with a stout defense, but he really flexed his muscle this week. Congratulations to Caden Verrett. So, Coach, we have a lot of exciting things going on this week. We still have some more games that we haven't discussed yet, and we're going to kind of work our way through here. Last we talked, we were going to talk about Highland and Andrean. Andrean looking to, kind of right the ship a little bit.
Yeah.
I think they're in a good position here against Highland.
I do, too. I think that, this Andrean needs to bounce back from a difficult loss last week. Big rivalry with Hobart, takes them into overtime. Probably Hobart's defense was the difference there. Andrean has a good defense. I mean, Jimmy Findley is just outstanding. He's been our player of the week.
Last week.
That's right. Yeah. So they're going to be good. And Highland is one of those situations. They're on the road. Okay, Father Eckert Field over there. It's not an easy place to play.
It is not, especially with an angry Andrean team.
And Andrean losing last week. Boy, I don't know. That's going to be a tough one.
I don't envy the Highland Trojans this week. No, that's for sure. All right, here's another game. We've got Munster at Hanover Central. We've already heard that it is Hanover Central's homecoming week.
Oh, yeah.
This is a game where Munster is probably a little bit outgunned, and it's homecoming week, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens down in Cedar Lake.
It certainly will. I want to skip down on a couple and get to Boone Grove and River Forest.
Right.
This game, you've got 2 outstanding quarterbacks.
Right.
Okay. You got Matt Rowland from Boone Grove. Now, he has not had the year that he's had the past 2 seasons, but he's still their leader. He's still playing very well for Boone Grove. They just need to get some defense there. And then you got River Forest, Aiden Silver. Boy, he's a defender. He's a running back, but mainly he's the quarterback for River Forest.
He does everything.
Everything that you want for him. So that's going to be a good one, I think.
All right, and one more before we take a break. Let's talk about that North Judson at Triton game. That is monumental for their standing in 1A.
I thought a couple of weeks ago when North Judson played North Miami, they both were undefeated.
Right.
And I thought, this is going to be a good game. Boy, it's going to be close. Judson blew him off the field.
Right.
Just blew him off the field. Triton has done the same in their games this year. This is a huge – if this was in Northwest Indiana up here by us in Gary and stuff, this would be the game
of the week.
Yes.
So for those of you who are involved with some of the message boards and the Facebook groups and different things like that, there are people claiming that North Judson is just unbeatable, but everyone always said just wait till they play Triton.
Yes, that's right.
So that'll be a fun game. Looking forward to hearing some of the updates with that. But with that being said, we're going to get ready for kickoff, and we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy, heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
On the next Radio Lab,
here is a story as patriotic as the red, white, and blue.
we look at the past and the future of the First Amendment.
Pretty dismissive of free speech.
The answer is more speech, not less.
The rights of a listener, not just the rights of a speaker.
The whole point of free speech is not that, oh, we've got free speech, now democracy is easy. No, democracy is hard. We don't win the game.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
The war on drugs had a simple strategy in Mexico.
Capturing, extraditing, and targeting so-called drug kingpins.
But instead of ending the drug trade, it created chaos, putting innocent families in harm's way.
They're facing violence, they're facing displacement, they're facing extortion.
Behind the border crisis on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Good things unfold slowly, like sunny days, like the perfect meal, but when that good thing goes south, well, that happens in a hurry. On the next Snaptacular, Snap proudly presents We Have a Problem. Snap Judgment, storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Yuko Munakata and her husband were flying to Stockholm when they hit turbulence.
Just felt like the plane was falling apart.
Weeks later, the airline let them know the plane was never in real danger.
He came away feeling like planes are incredibly safe. But even just talking about it now, my palms are sweaty.
Cuts both ways. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the scoreboard update.
Who's peeking out from under a stairway, calling a name that's lighter than air? Who's bending down to give me a rainbow? Everyone knows it's windy, boys. It is windy out
I was
tonight.
singing it with you, but my mic wasn't open.
Yeah, good call.
It's probably a smart move by Andrew.
I don't think my mic should have been turned on to even begin this scoreboard update, but we heard about it on the on the field, and of course, Ben, you made mention of the potential state record-breaking kick already tonight, downstate at 62 yards out. You have to believe that probably had some wind helping it.
Sure.
Definitely wasn't kicking into the wind, that's for sure. But it's going to be an interesting one this evening to see how some of these Feels weird to say it out loud, how some of these high-octane offenses in Northwest Indiana will fare tonight. And, of course, the game of the week, the Crown Point Bulldogs are at Valparaiso. Both teams 4-0 in conference play. The Bulldogs are 6-0 overall. The Vikings are 5-1. Lake Central travels to Michigan City tonight, where the Wolves are looking to try to get some momentum this season. They had one big win against the Chesterton Trojans, but they weren't able to capitalize last week in a close affair against the Maryville Pirates. The Pirates, meanwhile, are in LaPorte tonight to take on the winless Slicers. Are the Pirates looking ahead, or will it be smooth sailing on smooth seas for Maryville? We'll find out. Portage travels to Chesterton tonight, and a reminder, Chesterton quarterback Brady McCormick is out. He tore his ACL against LaPorte 2 weeks ago, so he is out for the season. So it'll be interesting to see how the Chesterton Trojans offense begins to gel with a new starting quarterback under center. Highland travels to Andrean to take on the 59ers. Our beef of the week, Hobart travels to Lowell tonight. And Munster travels to Hanover Central. I think the big question mark for this game is, can Munster get on the scoreboard against a Hanover Central Wildcat team that has just, aside from their asterisk loss, right, because the game was called early a few weeks ago. That one's for you, Hanover. They are 4-1 on the season, 3-0 in conference play. The 5-0 Griffith Panthers. I repeat, the 5-0 Griffith Panthers. Those are my Griffith Panthers, by the way. Never mind the fact that I'm in Lake Central School District. Sorry, Wayne. Are at East Chicago to take on the 1-4 Cardinals out of conference play there. Hammond Central travels across state lines to take on Victor Andrew and the Thunderbolts tonight. Not to be confused with our Andrew and no Thunderbolts here in the studio. Boone Grove travels to River Forest as the Boone Grove defense looks to shut down a high-octane score at will River Forest offense. Calumet Warriors travel to Whiting to take on the Oilers. The Lake Station Fighting Eagles are at the Bishop Knoll Warriors. So the Calumet Warriors, the Bishop Knoll Warriors, keep that in mind in just a moment here. North Judson Blue Jays are up 6-0 as they take on the Triton Trojans. So much for that whole, wait until they play Triton stuff. But hey, there's still a lot of football to be played. We'll see how that goes. The Pioneer Panthers are at the South Central Satellites tonight. And then the Winnemac Warriors are at the North Miami Warriors. So that is 4 Warrior teams playing tonight. So somebody will definitely win one of those games. North Miami's up 14-0 over Winnemac at the half. Bowman travels to North White to take on the Vikings. Somebody has to win this game. The Bowman Eagles are 0-5, and North White is 1-4 on the season.
Unless they tie.
Unless they tie. Thanks, Ben. Way to rain on that homecoming parade.
I don't think ties are in the rule book anymore, though.
You know what, Andrew? It's a good joke. Rensselaer Central traveling to Lafayette Central Catholic. The Lafayette Central Catholic is 4-0 on the season, and Rensselaer Central is 1-4. Then the Thursday night matchup played last night. Kankakee Valley fell to Culver Academy 35-28. So we will not have Steve Schmidt on the call this week for that game. Though he said he'd go and just record them and send them to us and we could play them throughout the course of the evening. But I told him not to worry.
We have the technology. We can do that.
We can build it, certainly. But, again, the story of the evening tonight, guys, is definitely it's going to be a windy affair here in the region. But I guess the good thing is we're not going to have to deal with the rain like we would have to. Otherwise, it's supposed to be raining all day tomorrow for a lot of kids and homecoming. And we've seen how much Northwest Indiana high school football gets impacted by the rain. Not as much nearly by the wind, just because we don't get this type of wind here during this time of the year. So it's definitely something that we're going to have to keep an eye out for.
So, Tom, I had a question for you, and you may not know this because this one kind of caught me off guard.
I will absolutely make up an answer for you.
All right, we'll try to get it as accurate as possible. Why did KV play on Thursday?
You know, I don't have an answer. I talked to Steve Schmidt, and Steve didn't get back to me on that one. He had just said that KV is playing Thursday night and he's not available because he's got some baseball stuff happening Friday. And I said, why are they playing on Thursday? And, didn't get back to me. So.
All right, Steve, if you're listening, we demand a phone call from you to give us the.
He's somewhere right now in a dugout, I think, playing, or he's got kids playing baseball or something.
Isn't baseball over? Isn't it done?
You can't play baseball in a hurricane.
Hey, you know what? The White Sox might set the record for most losses tonight. They are already down to the Detroit Tigers 1-0, thanks to a bases-loaded passed ball for the South Siders. So.
Well, congratulations to the White Sox, it appears. I don't want to be premature on the congrats.
Oh, I'm sure you probably aren't.
Hey, at least we don't have to rely on the Angels to be the ones to make it happen.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's a whole nother story. Well, thank you, Tom. We appreciate it.
All right, guys.
All right, that was Tom Maloney with our scoreboard update. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM. We're not sandwiching the break like we discussed. All right, so we're going to go ahead and continue to talk here. Some games that we haven't talked over yet. We've got Griffith at East Chicago Central, Wayne.
Yeah, Griffith is on a roll. Boy, are they playing well. Offensively, they're just dominating people. And obviously, unfortunately for East Chicago, they do have one win on the season. But that's going to be a tough game for them because Griffith likes to run the football. So, the wind is probably not going to be a big factor for the Panthers.
Yeah, probably not. It's definitely something that... if you can rely on the ground game, you're in a really good spot.
Right.
All right, we'll move on to Hammond Central at Andrews. So it's Andrews, it's Illinois. So I don't know much about that. Tinley Park, is that where it is? Okay.
The only thing I know is they're near Orland Park Square.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That helps here, So,
they are a big school. I do know.
Are
that.
they? Okay.
I've driven by it a couple of times. I know one or two people who went there, and decent football program.
All right, fair enough. Well, we'll take it. Anytime that we can get some neighboring communities to take on our Indiana brethren here, it's really nice to see kind of the spreading out. Speaking of some action, we've got some action already with Al Rodriguez in the Munster versus Hanover Central game. Al, what's going on?
Hey, good evening, guys. Boy, it's a beautiful night for football out here. Should have seen the sunset. It was fantastic. Anyways, Hanover received the ball, marched down the field 67 yards. Bartolomeo on a 22-yard run. Hanover 7, Munster 0, 8 minutes left in the first quarter.
Who scored the touchdown?
Bartolomeo on a 22-yard run.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so they're off and running there. So, Al, is this really a Hanover looking really tough, like they're outmatching Munsters to this point?
Well, this is the first offensive series for Munster. It's third down, so it's really tough to make the call right now. But, give me a couple of sessions back and forth, and I can give you an update on what I feel.
Sure.
But right now, they look pretty well matched. First offensive possession. So let's see if they get a first down, and then we'll go from there. I'll keep you updated, though.
I can't wait to hear more from you, Al. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Score is 7-0 Hanover, and there's 7 minutes, 30 seconds left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you much. Al, that is Al Rodriguez with Munster and Hanover Central. Hanover Central off to a hot start in that game.
Yeah, they are, and Munster's going to have to score early to stay with them.
Absolutely. It's definitely a circumstance where Munster really needs to respond and fast. All right, now we have an update from our game of the week. We've got Mireille Fernandez with an update from Crown Point and Valparaiso. Mireille, what's going on?
Both houses are starting off really loud. It's a huge game. The fireworks are going off at the beginning, but Crown Point ends up getting first fireworks. They take the opening drive after Valpo elects to defer, and they go down with Larry Ellison to score a touchdown. They're up 7-0.
7-0. So Larry Ellison carrying the ball?
Absolutely. They ran with him, I think, 3 or 4 times. They threw it once with Ehrlich. The pass with Ehrlich went for 7 or 8 yards, and Larry Ellison just marched down the field with those dogs.
So Valpo really had no answer? They didn't stop Crown Point at all?
Not really at all. Every play went for a positive gain. Even the first play was like a 3-yard run. And I was really impressed with Larry Ellison's backfield. I'm in the end zone watching the game right now. I stepped into like a community room area so I get a quieter environment. But watching it, Larry Ellison had to make a bounce outside to get around a defender, and he scampered down 40 yards. And then right after that, they ran a play action. And, I mean, that just set him up for even better position, second and short. And then Larry Ellison ran it for about a 25-yard touchdown off the right hash.
So, Mireille, how is Valpo going to answer this?
Well, going into this game, we know that, like you said, it's game of the week, and that's for a reason. We got number 1 ranked in 5A Valpo and the top 3 ranked Crown Point team, depending on the polls you're looking at. Valpo, if they want to win this game, they got 15-mile-per-hour winds. They're going to have to run the ball, which is going to be pretty hard against Crown Point's interior box.
If any team can do it, though, they do have a strong running game. How is Crown Point's defense doing? Are they kind of moving up into the box? Are they putting 8-9 men in the box?
Well, I don't have an exact answer to that question, but I do have this. Valpo just punted. They went 3 and out. So far, it's looking pretty good for the Crown Point defense.
Yeah, so Crown Point's off to a hot start here, Coach. It's definitely going to be interesting to see if Valpo can calm this momentum down.
And they just punted, so they need to get the ball back right away.
Mm-hmm.
Get a stop here. That would be really big for Valpo.
Absolutely. That's a circumstance where Valpo cannot get behind multiple scores to start this game. This could be the game of the week that's over in the first quarter if that happens, and we do not want that to happen for competitive football balance, but for the entertainment value of our show and for the ability to hear Mireille Fernandez on there doing a great job.
Thank you, guys.
So, Mireille, what do you expect here from Crown Point's second drive?
Well, they did get pinned back deep a little bit. They're at about the 10-yard line after a good pump by Valpo. I think they're going to continue to run the ball with Larry Ellison because I tell you guys this every week. Play action. Crown Point loves to play action, and right now they just ran a motion, and it's an outside zone play with Larry Ellison, who's going to get he's still going about 7 or 8 yards there. So, I mean, they're just pounding the rock with him. That's what they plan doing into this game. I talked with C.G. Wright on offense, and he basically told me that they teamed up different zone runs against this Valpo defense. They must have seen the edge threat a little bit weaker than the interior, so they're running a lot of outside zones, which is really surprising me after Crown Point ran it right down the middle last week.
All right, Mireille, very interesting to see. I guess Crown Point thinks they can get to that edge and take advantage of their quickness there on the edge. So it'd be very interesting to see what Crown Point does this drive. One more time, Mireille, what is that time and score update, please?
Absolutely. With 7:10 and counting left, Crown Point is up 7-0.
All right, thank you much, Mireille. That is Mireille Fernandez with our Game of the Week update, Crown Point at Valparaiso. We're going to go from Valparaiso and we're going to go to Lowell, where we have Gary Graben with an update from Hobart and Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
Didn't take long for the wind to play a little factor here. Hobart won the toss and deferred, and Lowell took the ball. Hobart had the wind. Lowell went 3 and out. The punt was only 13 yards.
Ooh.
So Hobart started inside the Lowell 35. All runs from Hobart. Aiden Cash, we got a big dose of him last week, the sophomore, who was a monster. 4-yard touchdown run, extra point good. It is 7-0 Hobart over Lowell with 7:57 to play here in the first quarter.
Gary, who scored that touchdown?
Aiden Cash.
Oh.
We saw him last week a few times with big plays for Hobart. He is a big guy. He's like 6'3", 220. He's only a sophomore. And they use him in a few different ways. Tight end in the backfield. They were using like a 3-back backfield here to score the play. But he is a load to handle. And Hobart, once again, has already set the tone. Lowell's going to have to answer here with some physicality because on both sides of the ball, Hobart has looked good asserting themselves here in this first quarter.
Gary, in short yardage situations, would you say that Cash is as good as money?
I wouldn't say that, but someone looking just for a cheap laugh might.
Hey, I'll take cheap laughs. I'll take anything that I can get, Gary.
Did you see what I did there? I used cheap, too.
Yeah,
So,
that one went way over my head. I'm not smart enough to catch that one.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. That's okay. That's okay. That's my fault. You got to know your audience.
So, Gary, where do you see the rest of this game going?
Well, as we talked about, this Hobart team last week really started asserting themselves physically, and Lowell has to answer this. This is going to be an interesting. Obviously, they're into the wind here, so Lowell's going to have to try to survive here in this first quarter. They have not done much here on this first drive, or their second drive here with the ball either. So they're not in great shape here as we had. They're running the ball. No one has thrown a pass yet in this game. So we'll see what happens if anyone dares to try something here into the wind. Yeah. Hobart even used a little hurry up in that first drive to try to catch Lowell. And Lowell actually had to take a timeout at one point in time because they were a little confused with coverage on a play. So Hobart really has come out ready to play. Lowell needs to answer that intensity here somehow.
All right, Gary. So we've seen the wind take effect and kind of harm the flow of the game so far. From what we understand, the wind is going to continue to pick up. Are we going to see more kind of mayhem when it comes to this wind?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think this is going to be it's not going away before this game ends. So both coaches have to be cognizant of where they are, what decisions they're making. It'll be interesting because Lowell will have a choice at the start of the third quarter because they're going to be kicking, whether they want to take the wind in the third or wait till the fourth, which we'll be curious to see what Coach Kilmer does there. I will say Lowell just got their first down on a running play up the middle, so good news for the Red Devils there that they have at least gotten a first down here to keep the clock moving here in the first quarter.
So if you were the coach in this situation, Gary, when do you want the wind at your back?
I would prefer it in the fourth quarter unless, if you're too far behind, you can't risk that in the third quarter. But if you're within 2 scores, I would say I'd want it in the fourth quarter, especially knowing that the forecast is that it's not going to change, that it might even be a little more intense as the evening goes on. So, again, I'm sure coaches have different views on that, but I would prefer to have it to end the game.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, then I changed my mind.
Okay.
well, when you think about it, though, especially like to your point, Gary, and I'm glad you pointed this out. It really has something to do with how close the game is, because if you're down by 3 scores, you got to score quite a bit. You can't let that 3-score lead get up to 4 scores in the third quarter.
That's right.
So, the way that this game is started off right now, with Hobart kind of taking advantage and using the wind to their benefit, Lowell may have a decision to make here in the second half.
Well, again, and we know Lowell is not a quick-scoring team.
Right.
So, to the point about falling too far behind, that's why that will be decided. I'm sure we'll talk about that as the evening goes on and at halftime, but it'll be decided a little more there when we know what the score is. Here's our first pass of the game. It's just a swing pass for Lowell out to the far side. It's going to be short of the first down. Interesting call here. It's going to be a 4th and about 3. Lowell's on their own 46. So we'll see here what the decision is.
The problem is punting into this wind is a huge disadvantage.
It is, and if you're only going to gain 13 yards, I'm sure there's some sort of mathematical algorithm that would say you probably would be better off going for it.
It could be.
But Hobart is going to punt here. They have run the punter out onto the field. So it's actually on their own 45. It's like 3.5 yards.
You said Lowell is going to punt it.
Lowell is going to punt,
okay.
Right. So, again, trying to strategize this game, just knowing the field position battle, trying to make teams drive long distances. Obviously, that first drive for Hobart was only 33 yards, so that can't happen again. So I think Lowell needs to try to pin them back here. The punt is a good one. It's rolling inside the 20. So Hobart's going to have a long field here on this next drive.
All right, Gary, one more time. What is that scoring time update, please?
Again, it is the Hobart Brickies 7, the Lowell Red Devils 0, as we have gone under the 6-minute mark here in the first quarter.
All right, thank you very much. That is Gary Graben with an update from our Beef of the Week. All right, with that being said, we have some action here going on. Highland at Andrean is off to a fast start. Let's go ahead and take a live look in from JED TV and WJOB.
Highland looks very assured of themselves, what they're doing and how they're adjusting to all these formations. I always thought it was important defensively be subtle in your adjustments, but make them look more sophisticated from the offensive standpoint.
Looks like Rocco Allegretti's checking in as the H-back. 3-receiver package at 1st and 15 at the midfield stripe. No score here midway here to first quarter. Ellis looking to set up a screen. It is caught by Myers. Myers back into Highland territory. Late flag on the play, and Myers gets about 8 yards, but hold on tickets.
It's going to be a horse collar, I think.
Yeah.
8 yards for the Niners.
I'm not so sure about that call.
I don't know. It was a high tackle. He did not grab the collar. It just kind of got him. It looked worse than it was, I think, around the neck.
I think you're right. He just sort of manhandled him, bear hugged him. Oh, they waved it off.
Good job.
The flag.
Yep.
Good
So
job.
it's a gain of 8 that will stand. 2nd and 7. 2nd and 7. 8.
That's a good thing when the officials can communicate and get the call right. That's what you ultimately want.
We don't see that enough.
Nope.
We have to go over to the camera on Saturdays and Sundays and go through all that.
We had this crew, I believe, at Munster week 2 of the season. I think we only had 4 penalties between Griffith and Munster that night, by the way. On 2nd down and 7. Here is the little pop pass here to the near side.
Look out.
There's all sorts of room for Finley. He's going to take it all the way. Touchdown and ran. That's been kind of a new flavor in the month, per se. They faked the chest with just a little pop pass there, and he took it all the way for 43 yards.
Yeah, that time Highland didn't get a chance.
All right, we got some action there in the Andran game. A beautiful little pop pass kind of sweep action. A touchdown there for the 59ers. So very exciting start there. But we have some more excitement here on our broadcast. We've got Al Rodriguez with an update from Munster and Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hey, good evening, guys. I didn't realize how windy it was, but you guys asked me some questions earlier about how Munster looked against Hanover. Well, Munster on its second possession had to kick the ball. The wind was flaring more than I thought because the kick from Munster ended up in our grandstand.
Oh, wow.
Well, the guys over here caught it. Yeah, the wind really was moving it to the south. But anyways, Hanover scored in 7 seconds on a 45-yard pass play to Bartolomeo. Made it 14-0. Punt after was good. On the next series, Munster fumbled. Hanover recovered it on the 35-yard line. They marched it in. It was a 2-yard run by Caitlin Barrett. So right now the score is 21, Munster 0. 3 minutes left in the first quarter.
My goodness. So this game got out of hand quickly. So Bartolomeo scored his second touchdown of the day on a how far of a pass, Al?
A 44-yard touchdown pass.
A 44-yard touchdown pass.
Caden Barrett scored 1 touchdown. So Bartolomeo's having a very good night so far.
All right. Thank you much, Al. One more time. What is that score and time update, please?
The score right now is Hanover 21, Munster 0, 2:35 left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you much. That is Al Rodriguez with an update from Munster and Hanover Central. Al, looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, our phone lines are getting a little tight here. We've got Russell Broadhacker with an update from Lake Central at Michigan City. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys, so we have about 3 minutes, 35 seconds left to go in the first quarter, and I have back-to-back scores, kind of, by Michigan City Wolves. So right now the score is 13-0. City's leading over Lake Central.
Wow.
The first touchdown came from a heart-to-heart pass. I love saying that every time I see them. The Michigan City Wolves, honestly, though their record is 1-4, these guys are tough knots. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing tonight. They already have momentum on them. Let's see here, though. So from the 34 to the 12, Harville has been an outstanding runner tonight for Michigan City, putting them in scoring positions. Jamin Harvin collects it from the 12, scores it straight to the touchdown. Number 10, Logan Moreland, the kicker for Michigan City, missed his extra point there, putting it 6-0 against Lake Central. Then Lake Central, after recovering a squib kick from Michigan City, received a lot of pressure in the pocket. The line's kind of collapsing there. Defensively, Michigan City's been pretty stout, putting a lot of pressure there on their quarterback, Jacob Turley, and honestly collecting there with Cameron Riddick, their running back for Lake Central. He's not been able to get many yards there, so they had a quick 3-and-out. They punted to the 15, where Harville runs it 85 yards straight to the house. And it caught me by surprise. I was trying to call into you guys, letting you know that it was 6-0, and then all of a sudden Harville breaks out for a run, scores to the house. The extra point, though, there was a unsportsmanlike penalty called against Michigan City Wolves backing their extra point attempt up to the 15-yard line. But Damian Williams is the kicker for Michigan City. He ends up draining it right down the middle. So we have a 13-0 score right now with 3:30 left to go in the first quarter.
You said Harvell was the one that had that long run?
Jamin Harville, number 0, with that touchdown.
Okay, excellent. So it looks like Michigan City is really getting out to a strong start right now.
Oh, yeah. No, they're gritting their teeth. They look hungry defensively. I'm watching these cornerbacks just eyeing Lake Central's receivers, and they're on them like flies on fill in the blank. But nonetheless, they look hungry tonight. I know that they're coming off from a loss from last week against Maryville, and Lake Central's coming off from a win against LaPorte last week. But in all honesty, Michigan City looks like they have something to prove. This is a solid ball team. Their record just doesn't show it. They are 5th in the DAC, going against 4th Lake Central in the DAC. So right now, I'm a little bit caught on my heels. You know, I expected Lake Central to come out with a little bit more bite to their bark. It's not quite happening just yet. So I'm expecting them to turn it around. I know Turley behind center is doing really well, and Riddick, his first couple runs straight out the game were looking great. He's getting downhill. He's running with a full head of steam. He's getting through those gaps. Just once he gets to that secondary, he gets kind of stopped up a little bit. So I'm waiting for this game to really catch its stride. Though it's 13-0, nothing's really final yet.
All right, thank you, Russell. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is 13-0 Michigan City Wolves over the Lake Central Indians with 3 minutes left to go in the first quarter.
All right, thank you much. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from Lake Central at Michigan City. We're going to move from Michigan City to our game of the week. Mireille Fernandez with an update from Crown Point at Valparaiso. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, Crown Point went down the field. This time they did it a little bit more through the air. It pushed them up 14-0 in the second quarter is just starting here in Valpo.
So how'd they do it this time?
They were throwing it a little bit more with Ehrlich, putting in his hands a little bit more, but still just the relentless running from Larry Ellison. The gaps that the offensive line can make for Larry Ellison is so impressive, and that's honestly the reason they have 2 touchdowns so far. It's just that running game for Crown Point.
Yeah, definitely a dominating offensive line to this point. What does Valpo need to do to come back in this one, Mireille?
Well, obviously they need to score, but honestly, guys, they need to get more yards consistently with the running back. He's getting chunk play after chunk play, but then later in the drive, he's kind of falling apart. The defensive line for Crown Point is starting to straighten up and not allow these big runs. The first 2 plays of the drive for Valpo, actually, one for 20 yards total, a 10-yard run, and another 10-yard run, 2 first downs on the first 2 plays of the drive. And then after that, it all crumbles. I don't know what they need to do, man.
Mireille, is Berta the one that is, running the ball for Valparaiso?
Sorry, what was that?
Berta, Thomas Berta, is he the one that is kind of dominating running the ball for Valparaiso right now?
Yeah, he's getting the lead snaps.
All right, thank you much. It'll be interesting to see how this one turns out. Mireille, one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
14-0 with Crown Point leading and 11:48 left on the clock.
All right, thank you much. That is Mireille Fernandez with an update from our game of the week. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but afterwards we will have an update from Dr. Reed Amons with the Maryville and LaPorte updates. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights, or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com.
In the world of internet influencers and YouTube stars, it's not enough to be ordinary.
There's the sheep who don't know they're sheep. There's the specials. And then there's the sheep who maybe would buy products that make them feel special.
And how special are you? Next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge, the cult of the self and how it swallowed America.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
This weekend marks the 100th anniversary of the first ever round-the-world journey by aircraft. After 6 months flying from spot to spot around the globe, planes made of wood and fabric touched down in their final destination.
It really is Seattle's best-kept secret in aviation.
But a secret no more. This year, Seattle is hosting a centennial celebration to mark the achievement. That's on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Literacy is rampant in some American school districts, and a couple with real star power hopes to be part of the solution.
Minority kids especially are behind, and once you fall behind, it's so hard to catch up.
That third grade reading level and these kids not being able to hit that benchmark, that determines their entire future. That's what lit a fire under us.
Steph and Aisha Curry, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in Saturday morning at 7 for Weekend Edition Saturday here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We've got an update from Dr. Reed Amons with the Maryville and LaPorte game. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Maryville got the ball first to start the game. They were able to get the ball inside the LaPorte 10-yard line, but they faced a 4th down and 2 where the LaPorte defense came up big and made a big defensive stop, and that turned the ball over on downs. LaPorte, on their first possession of the game, did get the ball out to about the 50-yard line, where they themselves faced a 4th and short. They elected to go for it instead of punting the ball away. And the Maryville defense came up big with a big defensive stop, and that allowed Maryville to take over kind of right at midfield. That pretty much was the action in the first quarter. We went to the second quarter, and Maryville's second possession, they were able to march the ball down the field and scored on a 7-yard touchdown run by Jacarius Johnson. The extra point was good, and that put the Maryville Pirates up 7-0 at that time. LaPorte was able to, on their ensuing possession, was a 3-and-out. They punted the ball back to Maryville, who took the ball just to their own 47-yard line, but a face mask penalty gave the Pirates great field position inside the LaPorte 40. Maryville just scored on a 28-yard touchdown pass from Jordan Sanders to John Peters. The extra point is pending here, but there's 8:06 to go in the second quarter. Maryville's on top, 13-0 with the extra point pending.
So, Dr. Reed, is this kind of Maryville figuring out the Michigan City defense at this point?
Here against LaPorte, LaPorte's having.
I'm sorry, LaPorte. I apologize.
Yep, no problem. LaPorte's having a hard time stopping the run. Maryville's done a really nice job of establishing the line of scrimmage, both offensive, well, mainly on the offense. Defensively, LaPorte has been able to move the ball a little bit on the ground. The last possession by LaPorte, Maryville's defense was much more staunch, I guess you would say, and really established that line of scrimmage. The extra point was good, by the way, so Maryville's now on top 14-0. But Maryville's done a really nice job in the running game. Up to this point, they have completed a couple passes. The wind hasn't been a huge factor tonight. You know, LaPorte's field kind of sits in a neighborhood and surrounded by trees, and you can see a little bit of flags moving, but it's certainly not affected the game throwing the ball tonight. But Maryville's on top 14-0 here. We're about 8 minutes and 6 seconds to go here before halftime.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
That sounds good. That is Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and LaPorte. We're going to go from one L town to another. We're going to go to Lowell with Gary Graben with an update from our Beef of the Week, Hobart at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
When last we spoke, Lowell had just punted to Hobart, had them actually at the 24-yard line, but that didn't matter because Hobart just marched down the field, culminating in an 8-yard touchdown run from Max Pickett. Extra point was good, 14-0. That was with 45.8 left in the first quarter, which allowed Hobart to kick the ball into the end zone and force Lowell to start at the 20. Lowell has gone 3 and out, and Hobart has the ball now early in the second quarter. So a perfect first quarter for Hobart, scoring on both drives. They tried 3 passes, completed 1, which was a swing pass. The 2 longer passes were overthrown, probably because of the wind. But Hobart is running between the tackles with giant holes, just giant opportunities here. Willie Shear right off center here running, and Lowell needs to find some answers on defense here because this has really been a Hobart domination in the first quarter.
Gary, Pickett scored and Cash scored on the ground.
That is correct.
And Shear, you said, has been running the ball. I was just wondering if he is even in the game, but yeah, he has.
Yeah, he's had a couple of nice runs. You know, Hobart's had at least 3 runs more than 10 yards already. They are probably close to 100 yards rushing in the first quarter.
Wow.
So they have asserted themselves. The one pass was maybe for about 8 or 9 yards. But it was all rushing yards, and they are using Shear. Again, it appears that he's working himself back into shape. He played mostly in the second half last week, but he has played quite a bit here in the beginnings of this game. But Pickett got the touchdown, and he obviously has been one of their leading scorers all year with the ball. So we'll see what happens as we go further here.
Is Tatum basically their quarterback handing off, or is he running an option for Hobart?
They run some misdirection stuff, but he has not. In previous weeks, he has run the ball himself. But now I think with Willie Shear back, he's not looking to run himself as much because they have the 2 running backs. Plus, Cash, we mentioned earlier. By the way, there was a turnover to Lowell here, so Lowell has the ball deep in Hobart territory. But there was a Cash likes to go in motion, and he is often the lead blocker, but sometimes he stops in the backfield and carries the ball too. So they have 3 guys carrying the ball besides Tatum now. So I don't know how much we're going to see out of him running the ball with all the workhorses he's got behind him.
Who just fumbled?
Hobart fumbled to Lowell, and Lowell now has the ball inside the 5.
Okay.
Wow.
So
very interesting.
Lowell's got a chance. Again, this was seemingly nothing to do with wind here, but Lowell actually now has the ball at the 2. So it's 2nd and goal from the 2 here.
All right, we'll hang with you here,
okay.
Gary. This is going to be a very interesting turn of events for Lowell. They really need a score here to kind of take advantage of some momentum.
They sure do.
So
an option play. Kolodzinski has it. He falls right at the goal line. They're going to give him the score. Touchdown.
All right.
Touchdown for Lowell here. So a mistake here leading to Lowell getting some points here. Again, this one we can't really talk about the win very much. This is just a mistake that gave Lowell a short field and allowed them to score. So pending the extra point here, we could have a 7-point game.
Wow. That is the exact wrong thing that Hobart could do after you said, quote, a perfect first quarter for the Hobart Broncos.
Correct. The extra point here is up, and it's good. So we are at 14-7. 14-7. Hobart over Lowell here with about 10 minutes to play here in the first half. So a very interesting turn of events here, allowing Lowell back in. Hobart had a stranglehold, it looked like, but when these teams play, no one ever seems to have a stranglehold.
That's about right. Two tough teams. So, all right, Gary, anything else you want to add before we let you go?
Just a quick note. My buddy Chris Moore, the athletic director at Hammond Central, called. I don't know if you guys have this score. Andrew of Illinois is leading Hammond Central 14-0 after 1.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you much. That was Gary Graveman with an update from our Beef of the Week, Hobart at Lowell. All right, we're going to go from Lowell. We're going to go back to Hanover Central with an update from Al Rodriguez with Munster and Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Good evening. How are you doing?
All right.
Munster had the kick. Hanover recovered it on the 30-yard line. On the very first play, Caden Barrett took the ball, reverse direction, ran one of the prettiest touchdowns for 70 yards. All the way through the Munster defense. So the score right now is Hanover 28, Munster 0, 38 left in the second quarter.
So, Al, this is the Hanover Central show, apparently. Is Munster just not putting up much resistance here?
Well, what can I say positive about Munster right now? They got good-looking uniforms.
Okay, fair enough. That counts for something, Al.
When you look good, sometimes you play good. Well, unfortunately, not. They're on their heels most of the game. Their running game isn't getting them much. They got 2 first downs in the whole game, and their passing is not deep, so they're not breaking open Hanover's defense. Oh, there's a deep pass right now. I just said that. That's incomplete. But, I mean, I haven't seen too much offensively. Maybe they're going to open it up now that they're down by 28 points. But it's been happening.
All right, fair enough, Al. One more time. What is that score and time update, please?
Okay, Hanover 28, Munster 0, 6 minutes, 30 seconds left in the second quarter.
All right, thank you much. That is Al Rodriguez with an update from Munster and Hanover Central.
I'll tell you, Ben, right now, wind or no wind, Munster's in a situation where, Dr. Reed Amon said, if you got nothing to lose, you got to open it up. Munster's got to throw the ball.
They got to do something.
Yeah.
They can't just duck and cover.
This is still first half.
Yeah, exactly right. We're going to go ahead and maybe bring in Tom Maloney for a scoreboard update, even though it's a little bit off of our normal schedule. So we're going to see what we can do here and maybe get him in as quickly as we can. But, it's been a very interesting circumstance here. A lot of action here early in the night, but it's been a lot of wind assisted things. We've seen a 12-yard punt. We've seen kickoffs that are sailing out of bounds, different things. It's very interesting circumstance here. So we do have Tom Maloney here, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and check in with Mireille Fernandez for our game of the week. Mireille, what's going on?
I got 2 words for you guys. It's Ellison. They're not really words, but that is the name of the game so far. The Dogs are up 21-0 off of a long pass. He Norlick dumped it off to Larry Ellison, and he basically did his thing. I feel like a broken record telling you guys. That's his 3rd touchdown of the game.
Wow.
Really impressive stuff out of Crown Point so far. We could talk all about Larry Ellison, but here's another little story nugget for you guys. The right tackle for Valpo. He played for Crown Point. I played alongside of him my freshman, sophomore, and the beginning of junior year. He transferred over here to Valpo. He's their starting right. And so far, he's holding decently well up against. It's about a 50-50 shot each time, him against guys like Josh Miller and Cole Emanuelson. But regardless, they need to do more up front because Crown Point's running all over Valpo.
Wow. Very, very tough situation. And if Valpo can't control the line of scrimmage or at least have some semblance of a stalemated line of scrimmage, it's going to continue to be a long day for Crown Point. Or for Valpo, I mean.
Absolutely, especially with the wind on top of it. You knew going into it, 15-mile-per-hour wind, they were going to run the ball a ton. And when they do throw it, it's not going to be deep. So you would figure that Valpo's going to sack the D-line, in which they did run a 5-down defensive lineman in front a couple times throughout the game, but it hasn't worked. That Crown Point offensive line is still getting to the second level and blocking linebackers and letting Larry Ellison do his thing.
And, Mireille, Valparaiso doesn't need to throw long, but they do need to throw, whether it be a screen, whether it be, a swing, whatever it is. Valpo needs to get moving and get a score before the first half. Are they capable of doing that?
Yes, they are. And I think the biggest critique I can give Crown Point, even last season in the postseason, their secondary, as good as their box is, their DBs are young, they're fast and athletic, but in coverage, they're not the greatest. Their safeties are good in coverage. They can read very well. But if you were to throw a 50-50 ball to a really good receiver, I think it's more like 70-30. And I hate that coming from Crown Point. But the biggest critique I have for them is their secondary. Like I said, their box is really good. That secondary should be the number 1 target for any team. I don't want to give this information out there. So, we're going to play.
We just did.
So just target their secondary if you want to win the game.
All right, fair enough.
Good job.
Thank you, Mireille. One more time, was that score and time update, please?
Absolutely. With 5:43 and and counting. Crown Point is up 21-0.
All right, thank you much, Mireille. That is Mireille Fernandez with an update from our game of the week. Valparaiso hosting Crown Point. All right, we're going to go from Valparaiso. We're going to go to LaPorte, where Dr. Reed Amons has an update from Maryville at LaPorte. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, in LaPorte's last possession, they throw a deep pass, but Antoine Jenkins, junior cornerback for the Pirates, picks off the pass and returns it inside the 20-yard line of LaPorte. That gave Maryville a nice short field, and they were able to capitalize as Jacarius Johnson runs one in from just a yard out. From the 23-yard line, he ran it down to the 1-yard line, a nice little 22-yard run, and then he was able to punch it in a couple plays later from the 1-yard line. His second touchdown of the night, that puts the extra point was good. So that puts the Pirates on top 21-0 here in the first half. There's 5:25 to go here in the second quarter.
Reed, Jenkins' first name is what?
Antoine.
Antoine. All right, thank you. And he's the person who had the interception.
Yes, he's a junior cornerback for the Pirates, and he had an interception. I believe his first interception of the year, at least the first that I've witnessed, and I pretty much catch every minute of every game. So I believe his first interception of the year, and had a really nice – he caught it right in stride and was able to break away from the receiver and returned it about 25 yards before being tackled.
Thank you.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is that scoring time update, please?
Over here in LaPorte County, we have the Maryville Pirates 21 and the LaPorte Slicers 0 with 5:25 to go here in the opening half. Right before halftime, Maryville 21, LaPorte 0.
Thank you much, Dr. Reed. Give us a call at halftime, would you please?
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you then.
All right, thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and LaPorte. All right, folks, we know we teased it just a few minutes ago. We're going to go ahead and take a scoreboard update with Tom Maloney.
And now, the scoreboard update. I take offense to defensive backs being able to know how to read. As a former cornerback, I wasn't reading anything. I was staring at the sidelines, wondering what routine the cheerleaders were doing. Then getting beat and getting called for pass interference. Happened more than once in my professional career. That's why I'm sitting here tonight to let you know that Larry Ellison is untouchable. So are the Crown Point Bulldogs, but this is a game that we knew going into it. Weather was going to impact the direction of play for Crown Point, and they were going to run the ball as opposed to throw the ball. And running they are all over the Valpo Vikings, up 21-0. Maryville, as we just heard from, Michigan City, as we heard from Reed on Maryville. We'll get to that game in just a moment. Michigan City is up 13-0. As we heard Russ with the call earlier, heart to heart with a touchdown pass there. Yep.
We actually have Russell Broadhacker on line 1, if you don't mind holding for a bit. And we can bring Russell on, and then we'll get back to your scoreboard.
Ground control to Major Russ. Major Russ commencing ground control.
We're trying to get there.
What kind of T-shirts do you wear, Major Russ? All right, we'll come back to Russ here in just a moment. Is he there?
Yeah, we got him. Hey, Russ.
Ground control to Major Russ.
Oh, hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, we've got an update here for the Lake Central Michigan City game. We're throwing phones around here. It's crazy.
And I looked over to my partner over here. I was like, what did I just miss? But I needed to correct something for you guys real quick. So right now it is 19-6 off of pick 6 for Michigan City.
Ooh.
They've just been giving it to Lake Central. That was the most recent play. I just wanted to let you guys know that the first touchdown was made receiving by Tyron Hart. So it was a heart-to-heart pass for Michigan City. That second touchdown came from Harvell with an 85 run to the house. I wish I had the defensive player that just scored this. My bet would be it's number 11. Be Moreland with the extra point for Michigan City, putting it at 20-0. But number 11 for Michigan City, if I got this right, this is Adrian Holly. He's been an absolute dog on the defensive end, just defensive tackle. He's got a couple sacks on the night, tackles for a loss. Lake Central's offensive line is just kind of Swiss cheese right now. I saw them make one first down so far this evening, but Michigan City has just got some grit to their gristle tonight.
All right, thank you, Russell. One more time, what is that scoring time update, please?
It is 20-0 Michigan City over Lake Central with 8 minutes left to go in the second quarter.
All right, thank you much. We appreciate the update, Russell. Back to you, Tom.
All right, you heard that from Russ. He's number 11 in the playbook, but he is number 1 in your heart. Adrian Howley with a pick 6 for the Michigan City Wolves as they lead Lake Central 20-0. Maryville is putting it on at LaPorte. They're up 21-0. Ja'Carius Johnson has scored twice for the Pirates this evening. Still waiting on an update for Portage at Chesterton, getting some conflicting start times, trying to figure out if that game actually just started or if it has been underway for quite some time. We'll let you know as soon as we find out. It is all Andrean, and it is all Andrean's special teams tonight. Jimmy Finley got the scoring going for the 59ers, the 43-yard catch and scamper, but then Brady Eilish scored a 40-yard punt return. And then Jaden Holmes with a 23-yard unconventional punt return. You may have seen it on the Facebook stream, but if you're listening to the radio show, Highland punted it, and the ball went into the back of an Andrean 59er. A Trojan then leapt on the ball, but it popped out as he tried to recover the football. Andrean's Jaden Holmes then picked up that football and ran it 23 yards to the house. Now, you might be wondering, how long was that kick? The kick was about 7 yards. So I don't know if that was an error by the punter. I don't know if it's the wind wrecking absolute havoc in Andrean tonight, but the kick went about 7 yards into the back of a player for Andrean, and then Highland tried to recover that because once it touches an Andrean player, it is a live ball, regardless of who it hits. The guy was downfield blocking, and so he got kicked in the back with a football, and just, special teams are special for a reason, and Andrean is proving that tonight. They're up 21-0 over Highland. Last update we had here, Hobart at Lowell, the beef of the week. Hobart's up 14-7 as the Lowell Red Devils got on the board to have that Hobart lead. Hanover Central is all over Munster. I made a comment at the beginning of the show as to whether or not Munster could score tonight, and right now it does not look like that's the case as Hanover's leading 28-0. Caden Verrett has 2 touchdowns. Rocco Bartomello has 2 touchdowns. It has been an absolute dog walk for the Munster Mustangs tonight as Hanover is taking it to them. Griffith at East Chicago's up 14-0. It's the last update we have there. Andrew, Illinois, the Andrew Thunderbolts are up 22-0 over the Hammond Central as Hammond Central travels to Illinois, the other side of the state lines. Sorry, got a tongue twister brain worm thing in there. I don't know what's going on there.
It happens, man.
It does. We do have an update on the River Forest Boone Grove game. Boone has tied it up late in the second quarter at 10 apiece now, but River did have they took a 3-0 lead thanks to a 27-yard field goal. Boone tied it with a 35-yard field goal. Aiden Silver with an 18-yard touchdown pass to Harris to take a 10-3 lead, but Boone has since tied it up at 10-10.
That game is at halftime now, actually. Just got that
update. 10-10, Boone Grove and River Forest. Last update we have here, Calumet's up 6-0 over Whiting. Bishop Knoll and Lake Station looking like a baseball score there. Knoll up 7-6 over Lake Station in that game. North Judson, the last update we had there, they were up 20-0 at Triton. So it's not even home field advantage for North Judson, but the Blue Jays just absolutely putting a pounding on the Trojans, 20-0. Pioneers up 35-6 over South Central. North Miami's up 22-14 over the Winnemac Warriors. Still no update from Bowman at North White. No update either from Rensselaer Central at Lafayette. And last night, Culver was victorious 35-28 over Kankakee Valley. For Game Night, I'm Tom Maloney.
All right. Thank you, Tom. We appreciate the updates. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. Before we go to break, we're going to get one more update from me, Ray Fernandez, with an update from our Game of the Week. Crown Point hosting or traveling to Valparaiso. Ray, what's going on?
Well, the Crown Point Bulldogs, I should call them the Larry Ellisons because another touchdown for the Larry Ellisons. 28-0. Crown Point is up with 2:33, and they just on the ball. So it's probably going to happen in this call. They scored another touchdown. I would not be surprised. And, maybe Larry Ellison, just a little guess for you guys. I think he scores the next touchdown.
My goodness. So how many touchdowns is that on the day for him?
4 for number 3.
4 for number 3.
Yeah, he might trip. He might double his jersey number.
Right there you go. So we'll see how that turns out. But so a heck of a game here. Is Valpo just not showing any fight on defense here?
Man, it just looks like they're sluggish. I was able to talk to a freshman coach for the freshman team for Valpo, and I was sitting in the booth with him covering a game, and I was like, "What do you think about tomorrow's matchup?" He looked at me and said, "Come on, guys, you can't be serious." He basically told me that they have guys on the line that play both ways, so they might end up looking a bit sluggish later in the game, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, you might think that if Valpo just stacks the box, they're going to stuff Larry Ellison, but that's not the case. Larry Ellison makes a few good cuts, and guess what? He's already right down the sideline there for another touchdown, and that's exactly how this last touchdown occurred. They stacked the box. They put 5 defensive linemen up front and basically had all 4 linebackers, the middle linebackers and the outside linebackers, pinched. So it just left the safety and the 2 guys out there, and it doesn't matter because Larry Ellison, once he gets past that second level, it's over. He's off the races.
Mireille, it is 28-0, and it's still the first half. How much time is left in the quarter?
There's a minute 32 left, and Crown Point does have the ball, and it looks like they have about 70 yards to go, so it might be a little stretch, but a big play just happened, actually, and there he goes. He's going to end up on about, oh, my God, he's still going. He's going to end up at about the 25 of Valpo. So they're in scoring position again.
Oh, my God.
My goodness. Well, all right, Mireille, how about this? How about you give us a call at halftime, let us know how this drive winds up.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much, Mireille. One more time, what is that scoring time update, please?
Of course, Crown Point Bulldogs are up 28-0 against the Valparaiso Vikings with 1:15 accounting left in the second quarter.
All right, thank you, Mireille.
Would you have thought that there could be a running clock in Valpo?
Valpo's homecoming, very interesting. More analysis of that coming on the back side of this break. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
You know what?
What's that, Andre 3000, one of the greatest rappers of all time?
Actually, the older I get, I actually hate to hear myself rap. So it's a thing.
On Bullseye this week, we'll get into why Andre 3000, half of the legendary hip-hop group Outkast, is doing a lot less rapping these days and more flute playing. Don't miss it. It's Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in for Bullseye, Saturday evening at 5, here on Lakeshore Public Media.
This week on The Ezra Klein Show, my guest is Zadie Smith, one of my favorite novelists. We talk about her most recent book, The Fraud, which is eerily resonant with this election. Trump was on her mind, she says, when she wrote it. And also about the very strange things that politics does to our identities, our language, how we see the world, how we see ourselves. I hope you'll join us.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
WLPR-FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. Hey, Wayne, we have history has been made, just so you're aware. So I wanted to congratulate the White Sox for losing the most games in MLB history. One of my best friends, his name is Chris Kearns, former athlete here in Northwest Indiana. One of my best friends, all of my buddies text me as they listen along with the show. Chris said, hey, don't be too premature on congratulating the White Sox for losing the most games in history. Hi, Chris. Congratulations. I hope you folks, enjoyed that game. But no, it's all in good fun. Love you guys. But with that in mind, with the White Sox losing the most games in history, it's time for celebration. And you know how I like to celebrate? Is with a good pizza dinner.
Oh.
You know what? So I want to say thank you to Palermo's for taking care of the Game Night crew this evening. Palermo's is real Chicago pizza, serving the community since 1961. You can see, I can see Wayne in the corner of my eye. He's enjoying it. You can visit Palermo's on 63rd Street in 2893 East 81st Street in Maryville. And Hobart, Maryville/Hobart, in between Home Depot and PetSmart. I drove by it earlier today. I saw Tom Maloney picking, 3 boxes of pizza out for us. It was delicious. How'd you like that dinner tonight?
Hey, I love that dinner. Since Maloney picked it up, you open up the boxes, there's pieces missing before we even got there.
It's amazing how that
Tom
works.
Tom loved it too.
Yeah, he got the prime pieces before we got there. But the good thing is, every one of those pieces is a prime piece because it is delicious pizza. So thank you to Palermo's for that. And we're going to actually, speaking of an individual who also really enjoys Chicago-style tavern crust pizza, we've got Gary Graben with an update from our Beef of the Week, Hobart at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
I have to say, I have been to Palermo's, and it is worth the trip.
It is. Yes, it is.
Here we've reached the half at Lowell, with the wind kicking up quite a bit. It is 14-7 Hobart over Lowell here at the half. Interesting, after the Kolodzinski touchdown that brought Lowell to 14-7, a 4th and 1 on their own 38. Hobart went for it, made it, but then the following play was a deep interception, which the crowd wasn't too thrilled about throwing into the wind, I will let you know. Intercepted by Tim James. We'll get to him in just a second. Lowell then went 3 and out. Hobart got the ball in the last few minutes of the first half, went for it twice on 4th down in their own territory, and made it both times, gambling. But they've had some trouble tonight in the shotgun snap from center to quarterback, and a couple of bad snaps forced them just to fall on the ball. And in the end, they were able to not get much further than the Lowell 45. So we have reached the half. It's the Hobart Brickies 14, the Lowell Red Devils 7.
All right, very interesting, Gary. Gary, what do you think is the key to the second half here?
Well, again, if Hobart didn't make the mistakes, it would really be probably a different story. But these mistakes have allowed Lowell in. And again, I know Dr. Reed said the wind isn't much of a factor, but it is here. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of construction with all the new athletic facilities being built here in Lowell, and there's dust in the lights that makes it look like it's snowing. There's that much loose dust, and it seems to be picking up. But I wanted to mention 2 names to you, and these are new names for us because these are 2 freshmen starting on defense for Lowell. One is offensive lineman Cameron Hazlitt, who is so good that Hobart is out double-teaming him already as a freshman.
Wow.
So keep that name in mind. And then Tim James at defensive back, he has 8, 9, 10 tackles already and an interception in this first half. I believe, I'm going to do some verification here, but I think Tim James is from the same family as Ike James from Lowell a few years ago. I know the dad is a principal at the MIS Intermediate School in Merrillville, and they've had great athletes. A sister, cross-country runner, she's running at Toledo. So a lot of good athletes in that family, but these 2 freshmen are key parts of this Lowell defense already.
All right, Gary, it seems like there's a lot of excitement going on there for that game. One more time, what is that halftime score?
I'm losing you there. Could you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, the wind's catching your mouthpiece there a little bit, I can tell. One more time, what is that score and halftime score, please?
Again, it's 14-7, Hobart over Lowell at the half.
All right, thank you much. That is Gary Graven with an update from our Beef of the Week, Hobart at Lowell. That's going to be a good one. But we do have our full phone lines here. The phone lines are full. We're going to go ahead and get up to speed with Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at LaPorte. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, LaPorte is already trailing 21-0. Started to put a little drive together here right before half to get inside the 40-yard line of Maryville. And then they run a wheel route where they try to get the running back down the sideline. And John Peters, defensive back for the Maryville Pirates, intercepts the ball at the 3-yard line. Beautiful over the shoulder. Just got 1 foot down right along the sideline.
Oh, wow.
Secured the ball. It happened about 10 feet in front of me. It was just kind of a bang-bang play, and it did a great job. He really showed his wide receiver skills, intercepting the ball, really just playing the ball offensively at that point. But made a great play that allowed Maryville to turn away the slicers here right before half. There was about a minute and a half to go. Maryville was able to run the ball a few times, pick up a first down, and run out the clock. So Maryville goes into halftime here already leading 21-0. LaPorte will get the ball to start the second half, but we still have about 10 minutes here before during the half here. But Maryville's on top 21-0 at halftime.
Dr. Reed, does Peters have 1 touchdown and 1 interception?
Yes, that's correct, Wayne. He had a 28-yard touchdown reception earlier in the second quarter, and that was the Pirates' second score of the night. Ja'Carrius Johnson has the other 2 touchdowns rushing the ball, but yeah, Peters an interception and Jenkins an interception defensively for the Pirates tonight. So really, that Pirate defense has played pretty well tonight with a couple big turnovers, intercepting some deep passes, and so far pitching the shutout here in the first half.
I really like this Peters kid. He plays both ways and he plays it well. You've seen him a lot. Do you think that he's going to be more of a receiver or defensive back in college?
Yeah, he's got good size to him. He's probably about 6'1", 6'2", it's about 185 or so, and he runs really well, but has great hands. Maryville has predominantly played him on defense this year, but coming into the season, he had gotten a lot of snaps at wide receiver in previous years, and is used kind of that dual threat offense and defense, much like the Hunter gentleman out there in Colorado, who's having a great college career. But right now, I'd say I'd probably lean a little bit more towards the defense. He does have really good ball skills, and of course, that physical size is going to match up well against opposing wide receivers that are 6'2", 6'3" these days as well. That can run real well and have good hands. So, John's done a really good job for the defense this year for Maryville. Maryville's defense has been outstanding throughout the season. Opening the year with a couple shutouts, and so far shutting out LaPorte here in the first half.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is that halftime score?
We have Maryville 21, LaPorte 0. We have gone to halftime. There's about 10 minutes to go here during the halftime festivities.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Reed. Give us a call in the third quarter here.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you much. That is Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and LaPorte. We do have full phone lines here. So we're going to bust through these here real quick. We're going to go ahead and get an update from Mireille Fernandez. Our game of the week, Crown Point travels to Valparaiso. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, they didn't give Larry Ellison the 5th touchdown. They instead run it in with Jaden Rodriguez, and he gets the touchdown for Crown Point to finish that drive. It makes it 35-0, and it is the Vikings' homecoming, so kind of a homecoming disaster.
Wow.
There's about 15 minutes left.
In the halftime ceremonies right now?
Yeah, in the halftime ceremony. The band's out there right now celebrating for homecoming, and definitely not this game.
Yeah, they're not celebrating very much. So, Crown Point spreading the wealth out a little bit there for that last touchdown of the half. What is what is Crown Point doing right now, Mireille?
I hate to be the snarky kid on here and say everything, but basically everything.
Okay.
Guys. Their defense is holding them to punts. Our offense is running it down their throats and passing the ball effectively whenever they do have to throw it with Ehrlich there. And it's just been a really clean game from Crown Point. Only 1 penalty in the first half. And there was a false start on the offensive line. I mean, Crown Point's just doing everything right. And I'll tell you guys this. I was talking to a few Crown Point players there, and they said that Coach Buzz was on their butts all week in practice because Coach Buzz really wanted to hype up the Vikings. And he brought up the fact that they were the #1 ranked team in 5A in a few polls. So it wasn't one of those games like they've had the past of the season where, I don't want to say a throwaway game, but you're expected to win. And one of the players went out and said this was the first week since week 1 that we've been in full pads for practice more than one day of the week. So they've been in full pads just this week on Monday, or not Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Usually they're only in pads on Tuesdays. That's how serious they took these opponents, and it looks like they practiced pretty dang well because, I mean, they're kind of thrashing this homecoming ceremony right now.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, this is an amazing thing. I would never have thought Crown Point would have a 35-0 lead and a running clock to start the third quarter.
Wow.
That's amazing.
The Crown Point's that good.
Absolutely. I said this morning, I was talking to my buddies, and I said that I wouldn't be surprised if Crown Point won this game 42-14. It's been a similar score right now. I mean, I'm pretty darn close. I would give myself a pat on the back.
Yeah, well, with the running clock in the second half, there's not going to be a lot of time for Valpo to score. So you may have been a little overshooting Valparaiso's offensive capabilities, at least in this game. All right, Mireille, one more time. What is that halftime score?
Of course, it's 35-0. The Bulldogs are up against the Valparaiso Vikings.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it, Mireille. We'll talk to you in the second half.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
All right, that is Mireille Fernandez with an update from our game of the week, which isn't much of a game right now. Crown Point leads Valparaiso on Valparaiso's homecoming 35-0. All right, we're going to go to Russell Broadhacker with an update from Lake Central at Michigan City. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So we're about a minute left to go in this first half. The score is 20-0 Michigan City over Lake Central. Right now, Lake Central's got the ball. Cameron Riddick, number 2 for Lake Central, is behind the center. He's just been getting a lot of pressure by Adrian Holly, number 11, Michigan City. Adrian Holly basically stopped the momentum that they had going on for him here in the second quarter. I saw Lake Central have about 3 first downs during their drive, which is the most I've seen so far. Biggest momentum shift I've seen in their favor. But within that drive, old number 11, he is a mad dog. He is huge. He's about 6'4". I think he's weighing in at like 280, and he's playing mostly like a defensive line, kind of angel devil situation for outside linebacker. On their last kind of go ahead for Lake Central, Christian Reed running the ball kind of as a fullback position. He's been running well. He got him their last first down with a face mask by Michigan City. It took them all the way to the Michigan City's 29. But there, Riddick was sacked by Adrian Holly, and then his next pass was tipped by Adrian Holly. Williams had to punt it. Kind of backed him all the way up, but Michigan City, they've just been really running downfield. Hart's passes are beautiful. They're right on the money. I know Lake Central's kind of throwing into the wind right now, which it seems to be becoming more and more of not an ally, but it's definitely hurting his throwing. I haven't seen him complete a pass outside of a bubble, especially downrange. A lot of them are just kind of throws and prayers. So I'd like to see Riddick be able to complete some passes here in the second half. Meanwhile, Hart, with the wind in his favor, is being able to complete some dimes downrange, definitely get in his bubbles. And he's got some wheels to him. I saw him take a 10-yard run to make it, from a 3rd and 24 to a 4th and 4. So
wow. Hart's
definitely got some wheels. He's been linking up a lot with McKinney and Hart this evening. He just got sacked for a loss. So, as great as Michigan City is, there's still a little bit of holes in their offensive line. But Hart, for the most part, has great pocket awareness, is able to roll out. Most of his throws that have been on the money have been on the run and outside of the pocket, which is very impressive to see. So I've seen a lot of Michigan City offense tonight, not so much Lake Central defense. And as far as City's offense, they're really picking holes out of Lake Central's defense, finding gaps in their secondary. As I'm speaking, though, Hart throws an interception with 20 seconds left to go here in the first half. I wouldn't hold my breath to see if Lake Central scores on this one, but I would venture to say Coach has got some strong words to say to his team here during halftime, and I'm hoping that they come out with some extra momentum just to take this goose egg off the board. Right now, again, it is 20-0, 20 seconds left to go in the first half. Michigan City over Lake Central.
Hey, Russell, I did have a question for you. According to Jim Peters online, longtime sports writer on Twitter, he said that Jacob Turley, Lake Central's star running back, is out for this game. He got injured at some point in the game. Do you know if he's returned at all?
I haven't seen him return. He wasn't the only one that I saw injured tonight. I mean, Michigan City's definitely had just a bulldog momentum for him.
Mm-hmm.
Colton Mines on Mines, M-Y-N-E-S, number 74 for Lake Central offensive lineman, was also helped off the field. So right now they're really kind of relying on their fullback. That's number 44. I don't know if you want to call him a fullback. He's kind of running with that halfback mentality. But Christian Reed has definitely been stepping up to the game. He's had some surmountable runs, but nothing with huge gains. Lake Central will definitely be hurting without Turley. So
sure.
It'll be interesting to see what that second half has to have. I know Turley was running downhill pretty well. Nothing, again, no huge favorable gains. But he was able to convert at least 2 first downs throughout this evening. So he was a huge asset for Lake Central. They've got to be hurting if they don't have him.
All right, thank you much, Russell. We appreciate the update. One more time, what is that halftime score, or soon-to-be halftime score?
9 seconds left to go, so halftime score, I'd venture to say 20-0 Michigan City over Lake Central.
All right, thank you very much. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from Lake Central at Michigan City. We're going to go from Michigan City. We're going to go to Hanover Central with an update from Al Rodriguez, where Hanover Central is hosting Munster on their homecoming. Al, what's going on?
Good evening. Hi, how you guys doing? Trying to get some of the updates. The wind blowing so strong, even the goalposts are starting to bend over here. However, there's not much to report. Last couple of series have been up and down the field. Hanover still leads 28-0 at halftime. Munster didn't have a good pass play pulled out for a touchdown by a holding penalty. The quarterback for Munster, a few times I've seen him throw, he's got a very strong arm. I don't know why they don't utilize him more. However, I'm not coaching. Hanover scored halftime is Hanover 28, Munster 0.
So, Al, in the second or third quarter here, once the half ends, Munster has to get on the board right away. Do they have the quarterback to do that?
The few times I've seen him throw the ball, he's got a strong arm. Because he hits his receivers, it's just they got to hold on to the ball. It's got to work as a team.
Yeah.
They look good when they complete it. They're trying to run too much to play the Hanover strength. Defensively on the pass, they've got good defenders at Hanover. I just haven't seen them challenge it.
All right, thank you, Al. One more time, what is that score here?
Score is Hanover 28, Munster 0.
All right, thank you much. That is Al Rodriguez with an update from Munster and Hanover Central. All right, thank you, Al. We appreciate your update. We are going to do something a little unique here right now. We have some instant replays of an interesting touchdown that Andrean scored here. So for our radio audience, we'll do a little play-by-play, but I know Joe's going to be pulling it up here real quick. All right, here we go. So is that is this the replay here?
This is Eilish rolling.
Oh, Eilish rolling off to the left. He passes off into the. Oh nope, that is not the. That's not the touchdown. So Joe is gonna. We're gonna keep playing this, and we'll do some play-by-play here with Joe.
Andrean is in the red. They have the ball.
Unless Andrew wants to take the audio here for this feed. Offset eye. We've got quarterback in shotgun. We've got play action and a tunnel screen here to number 23. Oh, and he breaks the tackle. He's cuts it left upfield and scores. Number 23, do we have a name for that gentleman? I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head. Interesting side note, number 23 was my dad's number when he played at Andrean. Oh, wow. So, keeping the number 23 proud. So we greatly appreciate showing this replay, and we will
Got to wrap them up.
Yeah, got to wrap up. You got to play sound defense there if you're Highlands. So, all right, folks, we'll come back to here. Before we get to our break, I wanted to, give a bit of a, conversation here with Wayne. Wayne, what's caught your eye here for the, to this point of the night?
Well, I really think that Hobart Lowell's closer than I thought. 14-7. They're at Lowell, but I think Hobart, kind of felt that they had a strong chance of opening this thing up, but a couple of mistakes by Hobart kept it close. So right now at the half, Hobart is leading 14-7 over Lowell at Lowell. And I think that the other one is the fact that Michigan City has played so well against Lake Central. They are up 20-0 at home. And the heart-to-heart combination, and especially one of our defensive players we had this week, is Adrian Holly, has had a pick six and really disrupt Cameron Reddick, the quarterback for Lake Central.
Yeah, it's a lot of interesting things going on there. I know that Michigan City has they had kind of a rough, heartbreaking loss last week. They're playing pretty passionate. Speaking of a team that had a exhilarating win last week, who does not appear to be playing as passionate, is Valparaiso. That is what has caught my mind here today, at least so far. Crown Point laying it on all over the Valparaiso Vikings on their homecoming.
Yeah, and I thought, with the overtime victory over a huge rival, Chesterton, last week, I thought Valpo was on a positive track here. But, maybe we're misunderstanding Crown Point. I mean, Crown Point is just that good.
Maybe they are that good. I know that, every time I leave the station here, I have about a 45-minute drive home. And during that 45 minutes, I am on the phone with Gary Graben. And the last couple of weeks, we've been talking and just kind of breaking down, how our show went and someone talk shop about football around Northwest Indiana. It always comes back to us finishing each other's sentences going, Crown Point is good.
Yes.
And we say it just like that. They are good.
Yeah.
Because they're every bit of talented and good as they can be. So very exciting times here for Crown Point. Maybe not as exciting for the Valpo Vikings and their homecoming. It's definitely a very one-sided game to this point for sure. So before we take a break, I wanted to talk, kind of simply and clearly here. This is Pledge Week here for Lakeshore Public Media. And, all of our programming here, even though we've had, some tongue twisters and some foibles and some stumbles here, we still have a lot of fun. And all of this programming that we have here is all supported by you folks listening. So if you like what we do, feel free, and you have the money, we'd love to have some donations to help garner some support.
And, this is for the kids. We try to support youth athletes here in Northwest Indiana. We promote our sponsors who really have stepped up to help us, but we still need support from, the public. If you like what you hear, if you like what we're doing, again, you don't get this information from Chicago and stuff like that. This is Northwest Indiana, and we promote kids and their success here in Northwest Indiana. So if you can donate, we'd really appreciate that. Again, we don't get money from the state. We need help from people in the area, and it shows us you really care about what we do.
Right. So I've been doing this for 18 years. You've been, how long have you been with the station now?
20.
So, we've been doing this for a matter of decades here.
Oh, yeah.
And we want to continue to do this. Like you said, Wayne, not because we want to be Mr. TV guy or Mr. Radio guy, because we want to tell the story of student athletes and how they impact Northwest Indiana. These are student athletes, student first, athletes second. And sports are supposed to be fun. And we like to have fun here every Friday night. And if you can support us, that means more Friday nights for us to have fun. So if you do want to donate, please contact www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. That's www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. give. And with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com.
Next time on It's Been a Minute, Miami locals go head-to-head and debate the most influential things from their neck of the woods. We're talking about iconic locales, life-saving inventions, and a historic battle between a rap group and a man who thought he was a modern-day Batman. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
So I'm sitting in the living room of my parents' home, and I am freaking out. What I'm about to say is going to change the way in which they thought my life was going to unfold.
Join us for stories that focus on the power to control your destiny. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media. And now, the scoreboard update. Well, a lot of games at the half already, and a lot of those halftimes this week are homecoming. So homecoming last week, homecoming this week, and homecoming next week. So a lot of elongated halftimes here. And right now, the big story of the night, the game of the week has been all Crown Point, up 35-0 over Valparaiso. It's been the Larry Ellison show. 21 carries, 220 yards, 2 touchdowns. 3 receptions, 65 yards, 2 touchdowns. So he's got 285 yards and 4 touchdowns in just the first half.
Is that good?
I had him on my I had him starting this week as my my wide receiver
running back,
my flex position.
Yeah, wow.
Feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, those are NFL numbers.
That's more than NFL
really
numbers.
Noah Erlach is 9 of 10 for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns. This will be a running clock for the Vikings, who are, I guess, celebrating homecoming, or at least attending the homecoming game of the dance tomorrow. Lake Central at Michigan City. It has been all city tonight, up 20-0, scoring most recently on a George Branch 11-yard pick six. He picked it off of a screen pass. I love when a defender reads the screen pass and just makes the play and knows he's got a wide open lane to the house, and the big man rumbles in for the score to give the City Wolves a 20-0 lead. Last update we had here, Maryville up 21-0 over LaPorte at LaPorte. Jaquarius Johnson has scored twice for the Pirates. Jordan Sanders to John Peters for the other score tonight for Maryville. This game still 0-0 is the last update we had. Portage at Chesterton. And reminder, Chesterton is without Brady McCormick as the senior tore his ACL against LaPorte a couple of weeks ago. It is all in, Drain up 35-0. Jaden Holmes, you saw the touchdown play here on Game Night, thanks to Jed TV and the Jed TV Sports Network on that live look, and up 35-0, and that is actually his second score of the night. Jaden Holmes earlier had a 23-yard punt/fumble recovery return for a touchdown, however you want to phrase that one, but just an absolute majestic Northwest Indiana football play, I think, with that one. Hobart up 14-7. The last update we had there, that game at the half, as they are beating Lowell at Lowell. Munster and Hanover, and the Mustangs scoring a lot of points last week, 47 to be exact. This week, nothing. And those 47 they scored last week are quite literally all they have scored all season long. Meanwhile, the Hanover Central Wildcats, Caden Verrett has scored twice. Rocco Bartomello has scored twice. It has been all Wildcats, up 28-0. Griffith Panthers, last update we had there, also up 28-0 over East Chicago. And East Chicago scoreless now for 2 straight weeks because they were shut out by those Munster Mustangs, who I just got done talking about, against Hanover Central. Comes at you fast, doesn't it? Moving ahead here, we've got a 30-0 lead for Andrew over Hammond Central at the half in that one. And Boone Grove traveling to River Forest. River Forest takes a 17-10 lead early in the third quarter there. Calumet Warriors are up 14-8 over Whiting. Whiting returned a kickoff off of a touchdown scored by Calumet and then converted the 2-point conversion. So Calumet had a 14-0 lead, and then Whiting wiped that 14-0 lead out to get to 14-8. And then Lake Station traveling to Bishop Knoll, and BNI, the Bishop Knoll Institute, up 14-6 in that one.
Actually, that's now 20-6, Tom.
20-6. So we might get Bishop Knoll's third win of the season. If you guys remember, just a couple of years ago, they didn't have varsity football. Right? And now they're looking at a potential third win of the season, which I think is double or triple what they did last year, which was double or triple what they did the year before. So in just a couple of years here, we're seeing some steady progress and growth from Bishop Knoll and the Warriors there in terms of being able to grow that football program. So really exciting stuff for Bishop Knoll there. And you might think, well, they're beating Lake Station, or well, they beat this team, or well, you can only beat the teams on your schedule, and the kids don't make the schedule, right? You want to make those comments? Make those comments to the ADs. Don't make them to the kids on a
Beat the
Friday
teams
night.
in front of you, right, Tom?
That's right, absolutely. North Judson beating up on the team in front of them against Triton, up 20-0.
Wow.
Was the last update we had there, though I believe that game now is actually in the third quarter.
Actually, it's gone final. It's 40. It was 40-0.
40-0 final on Judson over Triton.
40-0. The battle of the Titans there in 1A. Incredible performance by North Judson.
And that's a North Judson team now that moves to 6-0 on the regular season and 4-0 in conference play. That's a Triton Trojans team that now falls to 4-2 and gets their first Hoosier North loss at 3-0. So this quite literally was a battle of Titans in Class 1A, and it is all North Judson tonight, 40-0 over Triton as the final for that one. So kudos to the graphics team as well, updating that final there, stretching it long enough to go ahead and eke out a little information there. Pioneer over South Central right now. Last update we had with that one was 35-6 in the second, though that one's also probably pretty close to final if it hasn't gone final yet.
Actually, it is final 57-6 Pioneer.
57-6 Pioneer. The Panthers are now 4-0 in conference play. And the Hoosier North and South Central is now winless still in conference play. They fall to 0-4. This game's gone final as well. North Miami has defeated Winnemac 41-14 in that one. North Miami, those Warriors move to 4-2 on the season, 2-2 in conference play. The Winnemac Warriors fall to 2-3. Still waiting on updates for Bowman at North White. I haven't seen anything come across the score deck for that one. So if we are able to track something down, I'll get you those updates as soon as possible. Rensselaer Central at Lafayette Central Catholic. CC up 14-0. That's what they call Central Catholic down there, if you didn't know. Jackson Kane with 6 carries, 59 yards, a touchdown, and a sack at the half. Meanwhile, Diego Hernandez Reyes for Rensselaer has 16 carries and 136 yards rushing in that one. And then this is my fault, guys. Doesn't happen often, so Andrew saved the tape on this one. But I actually forgot to add to the rundown Gary Westside at Wheeler, even though Gary Graven and I talked about it in the game night preview. So that game kicking off tonight, and still trying to track down some scores because I realized, wait a minute, I saw an update that the Wheeler Bearcats had selected their homecoming king, and I said, I don't have Wheeler on my score rundown. What did I do wrong? And I began to panic very quickly.
Well,
and so,
how about this, Tom? You stay on air. Keep your heads on right now because we've got Gary Graben to have a word with you right now on line 3.
I work and I work and I work. I slave for this station. I ask for very little.
We can only give you very little, Gary. We're public radio.
Don't I know? Don't I know?
That's why it's Pledge Week, gentlemen. Come on.
You double my salary. I think you need to be reported to the vice president of radio, though. I will say that.
Are you talking about me?
No.
All right,
Tom.
We will report Tom to the vice president of radio. That's for sure.
And for our listeners, that is Tom. So he's like Andy Griffith. He's the sheriff and the justice of the peace.
That's right.
Of the town.
All right, Gary, what's going on?
Interesting situation here. I'm living in the past here. Keith Kilmer elected to take the wind here in the third quarter. On Hobart's first possession, another bad snap over the quarterback's head was recovered by Hobart, but they had to punt from deep in their territory. Stay with me. This is a long story. They punted. The ball was punted maybe 23 yards and a 12-yard return, so they didn't net much. Lowell had the ball starting inside the Hobart 20, but with a 4th and 2, a bobbled snap by Kolodzinski, and they didn't make it. So Hobart took over. On the Hobart possession, going back into the wind for the second time here in the third quarter, they were grounding and pounding that ball, and finally Willie Shearer broke for a 62-yard touchdown run. Extra point is good. It is 21-7. 21-7, Hobart over Lowell inside of 4 minutes here in the third quarter. And again, this opportunity that Lowell gambled to take the wind here has not worked. They have just had to punt the ball back to Hobart again. So it doesn't look like Lowell is going to score with the wind here in the third quarter.
That's not great.
And that is a big factor tonight.
Gary, you said that was a 65-yard Willie Shear touchdown run?
62, but I know you don't listen to me.
I'm a Boone Grove grad. Math is not my strong suit, Gary.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Talk to Dr. Reed Amons. He was a math teacher.
So Gary, as this game continues, what is the last gasp here for Lowell? What do they need to do to kind of get back into this one?
Well, they need another Hobart mistake here. That's the reason why they're actually even in the game, to be honest. Because as we know, their scoring drive from the first half was not a very long scoring drive. So they haven't moved the ball well. They haven't passed the ball well. And if they're just going to try to run, this Hobart defense, they've sort of moved one of the defensive backs in like a 3-5-3 set. So they're kind of playing 5 guys behind the defensive line and really making the running game difficult. And if they try to run outside, those guys are already a little further outside to cut that down too. So not a lot of answers here. You would think Lowell's going to have to throw a little bit more, but they're going to be going into the wind here in just a couple minutes. So a difficult task, but I really believe Hobart is going to have to make another mistake to help Lowell out here.
All right, thanks, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, it is 21-7. Hobart over Lowell in the last 2 minutes of the third quarter. Also, another note from the Hammond Central game, one of the leading runners here in Northwest Indiana, Devion Terry, was injured in the second quarter. We don't know how seriously, but he is the main man for Hammond Central this year, so we will see what the prognosis is there. But Andrew is a very good team there out in Tinley Park, and Hammond Central has taken it.
All right. Well, thanks for letting us know on that update as well, Gary.
Alex Tatum has broken one loose here. Is he going all the way? He is not. He's dragged down at the 2.
At the 2. How long of a run was that, Gary?
That was, I'm going to guess, that was probably about a 50-yard run.
Wow.
Yes. Just got dragged down from behind. Looked like he was going to go all the way there, but just got dragged down. There is a flag.
Uh-oh. We'll see.
We'll see if this is coming back. That's just a sideline warning. Just a sideline warning here. So this wrong run will stand.
So, Gary, we'll hang with you before we let you go here.
That's what I love doing. I love hanging out with Gary.
Who
on
doesn't?
Friday night,
It's the greatest. It's the greatest.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I didn't realize my microphone was still on. Hey, Gary.
So, Gary, we're showing the replay here of that. It was a quarterback sneak, it looked like. And, he gets tripped up here at the my angle looked like a touchdown. I don't know what your angle said.
But they say it's at the 2.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, the angle that we saw here looked like a touchdown.
Yeah.
But
he was running into the wind, so the wind blew him back.
That's probably it. That's probably it. But so right now, this is the game for Lowell. They have to somehow get a stop on Hobart. This is a very difficult goal line stand for Lowell.
Well, and what's devastating here is this would be 2 touchdowns into the wind for Hobart in this third quarter, which really is going to make it difficult for Lowell in the fourth quarter. So you're right. Somehow they need to come up with something. Keith Kilmer has called a timeout here to have them talk over this defense because I think he knows this is the ball game right here.
Gary, what was the flag on?
It was a sideline warning.
Sideline warning. Okay.
Yeah, they were a little too excited after that quarterback sneak went for 50 yards.
Yeah.
Wayne never got those when he was coaching basketball. He never got sideline warnings.
Never. I was always very nice to the referees.
Full backfield here. Everybody tight to the line. Handoff. It's Cash. Touchdown. His second touchdown of the night.
Cash money.
Cash money.
That's a cheap joke, Ben. That's a cheap joke.
Amateur comedy night. That's all I'm going to say.
Hey, if the low-hanging fruit is there, I'm going to pluck it. You know that by now, Gary.
This is laying on the ground. That's how low this is.
Ben, you are like Bambi's mom, and Gary's the hunter. It is deer season.
Yeah, you're just massacring me on air this week, Gary. But that's okay. We like that because that's entertaining.
Well, it's not 89.1 FM. It's 89.fun.
You know what? We're gonna keep that. Let's make T-shirts on that one as well, just like Gary Graben is always right. All right, Gary, one more time. What is that scoring time update, please?
The extra point is up and good. It is 28-7 Hobart over Lowell. 2:35 remaining in the third quarter.
All right, thank you much, Gary. That was Gary Graben with an update from Hobart and Lowell, our beef of the week. Thanks, Gary. All right, we'll move on from our beef of the week to our game of the week. We've got Mireille Fernandez with an update from Crown Point and Valpo. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, the third quarter has come and gone, but with about 4 minutes left in the third quarter, Tommy Guadagno punches it in for the Bulldogs. They're up 41-0 against the Vikings.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is an incredible performance by Crown Point. It seems like they have everything clicking on all cylinders right now.
They do, man. I mean, they put in a few of their backup guys. They put in their backup center Nathan Gregory, who started for Crown Point last year. They took out Nolan Cicero and plugged in, I believe, Zachary Clark. And both of his brothers went to Buffalo to play football there for college. And we're starting the fourth quarter here, and Valpo has the ball at around the 50-yard line, so fair play here. We'll see what happens. I'll definitely let you guys know because If they get goose egg, that would be embarrassing.
Well, in fairness, it's not exactly a super encouraging sign to be down by 41 points in the going into the fourth quarter. Anyways, but the bottom line is this is I don't know if it's embarrassing for Valpo or just really impressive by Crown Point.
I've heard so much praise of just fans walking by as I'm sitting out there. And they're just saying, man, this offensive line for Crown Point is good. And you see what they did with two of their backups in there, man. They're still running the ball. Props to the offensive line coach, Coach Cicero, and props to the running backs coach because Jaden Rodriguez is in the game and Tommy Guadagno. Larry Ellison is out the game for obvious reasons. And now, I mean, they're still getting the same productivity as if their starters were out there. It's huge props to the coaching, man.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Mireille, one more time. What is that score and time update, please?
Yep, 11-16 counting in the fourth quarter, and Crown Point Bulldogs are up 41-0 against the Vikings.
My goodness. All right, thank you, Mireille. That was an update from our game of the week. Crown Point leads 41-0 over Valpo at the Valparaiso Homecoming. So tremendous performance by Crown Point.
Tremendous.
All right, we'll move on from Valparaiso. We'll move on to LaPorte, where LaPorte is hosting the Maryville Pirates. Dr. Reed Ammons with an update from this game. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
After a scoreless third quarter, Maryville faced a second and goal from the 6-yard line. And on the first play of the fourth quarter, Jacarius Johnson runs it in from 6 yards out. His third touchdown of the night. The extra point was good, and that puts the Maryville Pirates up 28-0 over LaPorte. Right now, LaPorte has the ball on their own 32-yard line. There's 11 and a half minutes to go here in the fourth quarter.
So, Dr. Reed, I know this game's almost out of reach at this point. Is is LaPorte showing a little bit of fight here?
Yeah, they're still running the ball hard. They're, even on defense, they're running to the ball and tackling hard. They just haven't been able to put the perfect drive together to be able to put some points on the board. They've had some long drives into Maryville territory, but unable to get in. A couple of costly turnovers as well. They're still playing hard, and they still have all their starters out there on both sides of the ball, both offense and defense, both for LaPorte and Maryville. LaPorte just converted a first down here, so they're going to have it 1st and 10 at their own 36. But we're under 11 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Maryville's on top, 28-0 at this point.
Dr. Reed, this is what impressed me here with Maryville is the fact that from the early in the season till now, Maryville seems to have corrected many of the turnovers and penalties that they have had and really are starting to put their offensive game together.
They are, and as you were speaking there, Wayne, Maryville just got their third interception of the night.
Oh, wow.
I can't see a number on the defensive back that it was one of the safeties for Maryville. So Maryville's going to take over right here. It looks like at their own 37-yard line, it looks like maybe. And but you're right, Wayne. They've really limited the penalties tonight. They maybe have less than 5, maybe 3 or 4 penalties in total. No turnovers on the night, so that's a promising sign for them as well. And they have had some injuries that they've battled, throughout the year, and tonight they look pretty healthy. Everybody that I expected to play has played, and they look really good tonight, both offensively and defensively.
So, Dr. Reed, what do you think is the key right now for Maryville? What has spurred this improvement?
Again, getting some guys back and healthy and making sure that they have a full roster. Actually, I have not seen Martin. First name starts with an X, but I can't. Number 12. He has not played tonight. He has missed a couple weeks, but they have been pretty healthy throughout the here the last week or two, and getting some guys back. But again, just Coach Cease does a tremendous job of making sure that his team is ready each and every week. And they don't play against the opponent; they play against themselves, and they know that they when they play well and play mistake-free, turnovers and penalties included, that they are going to be able to have a really good chance of winning that week. And so that's playing against an expectation, and you guys talked about it in the pregame. They've had a really good run here the last couple of years, and so they're playing against perfection and what it is they're trying to get accomplished, and let those results speak for themselves. And they just come out and try to play as hard as they can and as well as they can each and every week.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Yeah, we have Maryville 28, LaPorte 0. There's 9:33 to go here in the fourth quarter. Maryville does have the ball at midfield, but they are already on top 28-0 here late in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and LaPorte. We're going to go from LaPorte to Hanover Central with an update from Al Rodriguez with Munster at Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Hey, good evening. I got to tell you, that Caden Verrett is one impressive running back. Hanover was on their own 20, and it was third and long. He broke a tackle, headed to my sideline, started turning on the afterburners. I really thought the safeties from Munster were going to catch him. He flew right past him for an 84-yard touchdown run. It was now 35 to Hanover. Minute 45 left in the third quarter.
So the clock is in a running. Is it a running clock yet?
Well, they haven't started it yet. I guess they'll wait till the fourth quarter.
Oh.
But it is 35-0 right now.
It's
35-0.
Yeah, with that 35-0, that clock should continue to run here. So what has been the key so far this game, Al?
Just Hanover's doing whatever it wants to. Their defense is tough. Munster's starting to get something going in the third quarter, but they fumble the ball. That'll always kill your drive. And they have recovered since. So Hanover's doing whatever they want to do. That's all I can say. Here comes another running back. Uh-oh. You can hear the people yelling. Nobody's gone home yet. But, yeah, it's a fun game, but it's – I don't know. I hate to see this kind of big win where you get the second, third squad in, you start shifting players. Because I don't think it works to Hanover's strengths when they get into the playoffs. I'd like to see them when they play Kankakee Valley. I watched that game last week. Kankakee Valley played them well. That's how you get tougher for the run in the playoffs. So maybe that will help. I don't know.
Well, you're going to see probably a good one with Hobart coming in next week.
Yep. That's going to be a tough one. But here we go. So Hanover's knocking on the car again. They're on the 7-yard line. And we're heading into the fourth quarter.
All right, one more time. What is that score at this point?
Right now, the score is Hanover 35, Munster 0. We're starting the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you much, Al. We appreciate that update. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on. All right, we have just a couple minutes before we take a break. I wanted to once again remind our listeners that this is Pledge Week. We love doing this show, not because we want to be radio men and we want to be TV guys. We love doing this show to tell the story of Northwest Indiana student athletes and all the hard work they do both in their classroom, in their community, but also out there on the field. It's not about being able to throw a ball far or score the most points. It's about being good human beings, and we want to tell that Northwest Indiana story.
In order to do that, we need support from the community. And people have, for now years, this is my 25th year,
right,
and it's both on radio and TV, people have supported us. And so many times I have older people come in and say, we saw your program, we love it, what you're doing for kids. That's what's important,
right,
to highlight what positivity that goes around in playing athletics, what kids get out of this.
Exactly.
And the kids even have stop and see me somewhere and say, hey, I just loved it, and I really appreciate what you guys do. But in order to keep doing that, we need to have funds. We need to have support from monetary support from the community. So if you can, and it doesn't have to be a lot, but if you can, give.
Right.
It's your way of telling us thank you. We appreciate what you do.
Absolutely. It's definitely a circumstance where we love doing this programming, and the community loves this programming. Just to kind of dovetail off of what you were saying earlier, Wayne, when I was a young child, I would watch the games that you would have on Lakeshore Public Television. You would have college basketball games because they weren't nationally televised then. I was 5 years old, 6 years old, that type of thing. And I remember watching that going, man, I want to be those guys someday. thinking to myself, wow, what a cool thing to do. You get to watch sports and get paid for it and, talk on the camera. And, that literally made me who I am today and inspired me to become who I am here in the media world today. So that has everything to do with Lakeshore Public Media and how it impacted me as a child and how it's going to impact some of the other children in this community. So if you're interested in helping support anything you can, if you can. If you don't have it, that's okay. But support if you can. Visit www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. That's at www.lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give. And with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
Yuko Munakata and her husband were flying to Stockholm when they hit turbulence.
Just felt like the plane was falling apart.
Weeks later, the airline let them know the plane was never in real danger.
He came away feeling like planes are incredibly safe. But even just talking about it now, my palms are sweaty.
Cuts both ways. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media. You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. I want to thank Palermo's for taking care of the Game Night crew this evening. Palermo's is real Chicago pizza, serving the community since 1961. You can visit Palermo's of 63rd Street at 2893 East 81st Street in Maryville/Hobart, between the Home Depot and PetSmart. Delicious pizza. It kept me fed tonight.
It is outstanding.
It's outstanding.
Believe me.
It's really great. And you know who really loves pizza?
Who?
High school kids really love pizza. And we got Mireille Fernandez here with an update from our game of the week, Crown Point and Valpo. Mireille, what's going on? Mireille, are you there?
Mireille, are you eating pizza?
Okay. Looks like we've lost Mireille. We'll go ahead and try to pick up Gary Graben. Gary, you there with an update from our beef of the week, Hobart and Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
Yes, I am here. Following the last Hobart score by Aiden Cash, no jokes, Aiden Cash, on the kickoff, the ball bounced and the Lowell receiver was drilled, and Hobart recovered the ball deep in Lowell territory. Alex Tatum punched it in on a gentle tush-push from 2 yards out. The extra point was missed, making the score 34-7. And that means Hobart scored 20 points in 4 minutes and 14 seconds going into the wind. So very impressive by the Brickies. We're into the fourth quarter here. Lowell did complete a 44-yard pass at the end of the third quarter on the last play to get inside the 30. But on a fourth down play here, they are going to come up short, and Hobart's going to take over. So, like most of the games in Northwest Indiana tonight, this game looks like a blowout.
Gary, is that Cash's third touchdown tonight?
No, Cash didn't score. Tatum scored.
Oh, Tatum did. Okay.
Tatum scored this
and
one.
He has two?
He has just the one. It's Cash, Pickett, then it was Shear, Cash again, and Tatum.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like you're testing me tonight. Testing me. An update out from Tinley Park. It's 37-0 Andrew over Hammond Central after 3.
Oh, wow.
And when I talked with Chris Moore there, the clock wasn't running there, even though it was more than 35. So Illinois might have a different rule on that.
Yeah, that very well could be. I'm not exactly familiar with how Illinois handles things. I'm more of a traditionalist in the Indiana sense, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But it seems like another lopsided victory for Andrews there.
Well, I know you and I talked last week, and Tom Maloney and I talked this week, that this week there was the fear that there would be a number of blowouts this week, and it seems to be coming true.
What was that score for Andrews at this point?
37-0 after 3.
37-0 after 3. Okay, thanks.
I'm hurt, Gary. You talked to two people, and you didn't mention we talked today.
We did. We talked at a grocery store, and I thought, with the millions that you've accumulated, you could buy me the 5 things I was buying, but you didn't even reach for your wallet, buddy. Matter of fact, the cashier, you just walked on by like, who's that guy? So, whatever. Fine. Friends at the start, at the end, when you have to dig for the wallet, no friends.
Wayne Svetanoff would never.
Never.
I was a little concerned there when you, Ben, said that when you grew up, you wanted to be like Wayne.
Can you blame me? Come on, Wayne's the best.
Wow.
Wayne and Joe, everybody.
That's a statement there. That needs to be on a T-shirt. When I grow up, I want to be like Wayne.
I would wear that. We'll get a picture.
I know Wayne would wear it too.
There you go.
Oh yeah, Wayne's World. Forget it.
All right, Gary. The phone lines have filled up a little bit here. One more time. What is your score update, please?
34-7. Hobart over Lowell early in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you much. This is Gary Graben with an update from our Beef of the Week, Hobart at Lowell. We got a little bit of a beep there, but we're going to move on to Mireille Fernandez with an update from our Game of the Week. Mireille, we tried to get you last time, but you dropped. What's going on?
Yeah, do you guys hear me this time?
Yes, sir. There we go.
All right, cool. Yeah, that pizza was pretty good. No, I'm just kidding. So Crown Point did end up winning, shocker, 41-7 against the Vikings. It was just, they put in the young guys and they got some reps, hopefully gunning towards that letter at the end of the year for their nice little varsity jacket.
There you go.
Seriously, just such an impressive game on a Crown Point.
So, Crown Point looks incredibly impressive. And, Coach Bazia had this team up and ready to go.
Absolutely. I was walking towards this community center where I'm talking to you guys right now, and I was listening to some Valpo coaches, and they said that the footwork for the high school offensive lineman is best that they've seen at any level of high school.
Yeah, very well could be. Crown Point's one of the top-ranked teams in 6A, and for them to be, so sound in the trenches, they're obviously going to be one of the better units in the state.
Absolutely, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they match up against these indie teams when we do get to the playoffs and deeper into the playoffs.
Right. So, Mireille, an interesting bit of information for you from our statistician sport desk, our sports statistician desk. There we go. We've got Tom Maloney has got a little bit of information for us. This is Coach Bazia's 250th victory of his career.
Man, oh man, he's been doing it longer than my parents have been alive. Man, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, very, very well might be. He's been doing it for a long time, but it's really impressive that he's bounced everywhere he's been and has been successful everywhere he's been. What does it mean for you as a Crown Point student to have a coach that is that successful and that dedicated, at your alma mater?
Well, I'll tell you guys a quick story. I know you guys are probably busy around this game. We're wrapping up, but I remember I was a tiny little freshman, and I was at this Maryville Crown Point game, and we were down 50-7 at halftime, and Bazia I see it on the stands. He goes up to JJ, and he's not going back in, but keeping him out of the game. And I can tell that something sparked in Bazia to turn this program around. He's turned around multiple programs in his very long career, and Crown Point is just adding to the list. Hopefully he can get that state championship ring under his belt. He's been to plenty. I don't believe he's won any. However, he's a Hall of Fame coach for a reason. He's turned multiple programs around, and as a Crown Point fan, that's really nice to see because, like I said, we were losing 50-0 at Maryville my freshman year, so about 3 years ago. And just to see the success that we're having now is insurmountable as a fan.
All right, thank you, Mireille. One more time, what was that final?
Yep, 41-7, the Bulldogs steamroll the Vikings.
Excellent job today, Mireille. We appreciate all of your updates. Looking forward to talking to you next week.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good night.
That was Mireille Fernandez with a coverage of our game of the week, Crown Point and Valpo. Great job tonight, Mireille. All right, we're going to go from Valparaiso, Indiana to LaPorte, Indiana, where Dr. Reed Amons has an update from Maryville and LaPorte. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, and their last offensive possession, LaPorte was forced to punt from their own 15-yard line and only punted the ball 14 yards. So Maryville had great field position. They took over the LaPorte 29-yard line. 2 plays later, Cam Jordan, sophomore running back, runs it in for the touchdown score. The extra point was good. That put Maryville on top 0 with about 6 minutes to go. So after the kickoff, we went to the running clock. There's a minute, 10 seconds to go here with the running clock, and LaPorte has the ball kind of midfield. So here in 1 minute, this game's going to go final.
Sure.
And Maryville on top 35-0.
So, Dr. Reed, we'll just go ahead and close this game out with you here. What was the key to this game for Maryville?
I think their ability to control the line of scrimmage. They had great performances tonight by the offensive line, and Jacarius Johnson running the ball. Cam Jordan picked up a few yards, certainly, but this night belonged to Jacarius Johnson on the ground. He ran the ball hard, 3 scores. I'm going to guess he's probably in the 120, 130 range as far as yardage goes. John Peters played tremendously. He had a big touchdown reception, an interception. He also picked up on a 3rd and long, picked up about a 16-yard reception as well. He played great. So, anytime you shut out another Duneland Athletic Conference school, your defense has played very well. And the Pirates here are 10 seconds away from sealing this 35-0 victory.
Dr. Reed, I just got a quick question. You had Peters with an interception, Jenkins with an interception. Did you ever know who had the 3rd interception?
I did not get the last one. It was
That's
not
fine.
either one of the first 2 guys. It was either 8 or 9. I could tell from the distance that I was on the field. But, a really well-played game by the defense tonight by the Pirates. And I heard you guys talking about Coach Bazia a little bit ago, and he's been doing it a long time. And I want to say congratulations to Bud Wright down at Sheridan. He's entering his 60th season of a head football coach in the state of Indiana. 59 years at Sheridan.
Wow.
You talking about someone who's done it a long time. And I heard your update by Gary. I caught it was 37-0 after 3. That was not a White Sox score, was it?
No, it was not.
Nice
I
one.
didn't hear who the game was, but I know Ben was talking earlier about the White Sox. So it was after 3. I didn't know it. I wasn't sure if it was.
No, it was not the White Sox. Even though they did break history today, no, that was the Andrews and what was it, Hammond Central? Yeah. A very lopsided game there as well.
Oh, very good. I only caught the tail end of that. So this game has gone final, gentlemen. 35-0, Maryville victorious tonight over here in LaPorte. Very well played game by the Pirates. Good balance of offense and defense, and got a little momentum going into next week. Next week is so starting right now is Coach Cease's probably least favorite week of the year, as homecoming week is now officially started, they'll be hosting the Valparaiso Vikings, in a game I'm sure they'll be looking to bounce back and get a little momentum going back their direction now after having played Crown Point this week. So it should be a really good matchup. I think most people would then. With Valpo's loss, then would consider this as a battle for second place in the Duneland. Both teams should be entering with just one conference loss. Both of us to Crown Point, and what should be a really good matchup next week.
All right. Thank you much, Dr. Reed. Great job as always. We appreciate all your insights.
Thanks, gentlemen, and as always, thank you for all you do. It's a great pleasure to be on the radio with you guys and share the love of high school football and what our communities do. And we know we do it for Tommy Williams as well and everything he stood for. And want to thank you guys and all the correspondents out there and the producers and everything, and certainly people at Palermo's and all of our sponsors.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Don.
You bet, guys. Talk to you next week.
Yes, sir. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update for our Maryville versus LaPorte game, where Maryville wins 35-0. We're going to go from Maryville to Michigan City, or we're going to go from LaPorte to Michigan City, staying in LaPorte County. We're going to go to Russell Broadhacker with an update from Lake Central at Michigan City. Russell, what's going on?
Yeah, so right now the score is still 20-0. The third quarter just wrapped up. Michigan City still leading over Lake Central. So honestly, the second half, Lake Central's defense has been looking pretty stout. Offensively, though, to answer some questions earlier, Jacob Turley is still out. I have not seen him make an appearance tonight. Number 48, Chris Gavin, is in the backfield alongside number 44, Christian Reed. Between those two, they've been able to get some considerable gains marching down the field, but they have had to punt twice so far. They've taken over on down. So defensively, I've seen Lake Central's defense come alive the second half. They're definitely able to control the line of scrimmage a little bit better. Their coverage in the secondary is better. They're giving Hart a little bit more run for his money while he's behind center. His pockets are closing a little quicker. They're keeping him on the run, but now they're able to follow up and get some tackles for a loss. So right now they are in scoring position for the first time tonight. The ball is on the 19 following a pass interference call against Michigan City. I will say Lake Central, probably one of their biggest obstacles they've been battling tonight is their own selves. There's been a lot of laundry on the field this evening, a lot of holdings, a lot of false starts, 3 pass interferences. So that definitely stops their momentum. I think that would be a huge reason as to why we're just now getting into the fourth quarter. A lot of time stoppage here for these penalty calls, but as far as Michigan City is concerned, they're still holding tough in this game. Fun fact, I talked to Kieran Hart's grandmother on the sideline during halftime. Fun fact, Kieran and Triniston, they are first cousins. And then last year I called this name a bunch, Jaden Hart from Michigan City. He is currently playing for Syracuse, and from what I understand, he's having a good season this year. So it's really cool to, hear about a local region rat making in his D1 debuts. So love to hear that. The Harts definitely are the heart of Michigan City. Between Kieran and Triniston, they've been able to put up some considerable points and considerable yards, not just this evening, but throughout the season. So great to hear that the program is just, ran through family blood, and they're doing well and excelling here in Michigan City.
All right, thank you, Russell. One more time, what is that score update?
Score is 20-0, 10 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Michigan City leading over Lake Central.
All right, thank you much. That is Russell Broadhacker with an update from Lake Central at Michigan City. All right, we're going to go from Michigan City down to Lowell, where Gary Graben has an update from Hobart at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
Even though Lowell did get deep into Hobart territory on a fourth down play, they were not able to convert. On the following drive on a rollout play, Tatum hits Logan Peters for a 67-yard touchdown pass. Hobart went for 2, and I'm assuming that was to get the score to 35 so that we could have a running clock. The 2 was converted, so we are at 42-7 with a running clock, and I would tell you that Hobart has now scored on 4 consecutive possessions.
Yeah, they kind of took this game over, huh, Gary?
They really did, and again, if they didn't have the mistakes even early, this could have even been worse tonight, to be honest. The snaps from center, something they're really going to need to clean up. When they host Hanover next week, that game is, if they're going to have a chance to make a good run against Hanover, you cannot make mistakes. They've got Hanover on their home field this year, but that kind of mistake has to be cleaned up because the ball has been on the carpet a number of times tonight. One they even lost that led to the Lowell's only touchdown tonight. So that needs to be cleaned up before the huge matchup next week. We can talk about those later because there's a number of good matchups next week. But right now, Hobart in command, 42-7.
All right, thank you, Gary. We're looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
I will give you guys a call at the end here because I know you guys are going to have some good student interviews.
Yeah,
tonight.
our Coach's Corner are going to be overtaken by students this week, it appears.
We sure hope so.
All right, thank you much, Gary. We appreciate the update.
You got it, boys.
All right, thank you much. It was Gary Graven with the update from our Beef of the Week, Hobart at Lowell. All right, speaking of Hanover Central, we've got Al Rodriguez with an update from Munster and Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hello, I've got a final. Munster did score in the last couple of minutes, a touchdown, a pass, missed the point after. Final score was Hanover 42, Munster 6.
What was the key to the game, Al?
Munster is no. I can't start with Munster. That would be bad. I'd say Hanover just overall played very well in offense, very well on defense. Their offense is strong. Their running back, quarterback, Everett, that kid could just run up the score. He is a strong runner. He does not stop. He just keeps moving. And it's windy, so maybe the wind helps him. What do you think?
Well, that score for Hanover, I'm just really impressed with their defense as well as their offense. I know Caden Verrett is just outstanding, but their defense also didn't let Munster score until the very, very end. You got to give a lot of credit to Coach Parker and his defensive schemes.
Watching them play over the board. I've been doing this for about 10 years, watching them. Me and the old lady have been to almost all their games at home and away games. Their defense is impressive, but overall, they just seem to be a very strong contender. I just like to see them go deeper in the playoffs, but they're not a give-up team. They just keep coming at you.
All right, thank you much, Al. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Final score was Hanover 42, Munster 6. Good evening, gentlemen.
All right, thank you very much, Al. Great job tonight.
Thanks,
Appreciate it. All right, so we had mentioned that our Coach's Corner, our T-Dubs Coach's Corner, is going to be overtaken by students today. We have a young woman named Denise on the line, and Denise has some players for us. Denise, what's going on?
Hi, this is Denise. I'm going to hand the phone off to Kate Barrett.
All right.
Hello?
Hey, Caden Verrett, this is Ben Kolodzinski with Gamenight. I'm here with Wayne Svetanoff. Congratulations on a big victory.
Thank you, sir.
What do you think really, Caden, is the strong point of your team?
I'd say the chemistry. When I moved here, a lot of guys played together since they were probably kindergarten, and that just built going into high school. And especially junior year, I think that's where it really took off with the chemistry.
So, there seems to be a strong sense of community with your team, a brotherhood, so to speak. How do your teammates help you succeed and vice versa?
Can you repeat that, please?
Tell me about how your team succeeds together as a unit.
I'd say communication. A lot of us hang out together, and we're with each other all the time. So I think communication is what helps us thrive, really.
You've got a lot of players that have a lot of athletic ability, but I thought that Tommy Bonner moving in really, filled that gap at quarterback, and he seem to be, have a chemistry.
Yeah. I played with Tommy a little bit freshman year before he moved, and I don't know if a lot of people know, but when he moved, he didn't play quarterback, and he came in playing QB for us, and I told him every single day I believe him, and I have all the confidence in the world, and I'm really proud of how he's been playing. He's been doing great, and I'm extremely proud of the way he's been progressing.
So, Caden, I don't know if you knew this. You are our reigning Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week in Northwest Indiana. You have been putting up tremendous numbers here for the last few games. What do you owe your success to?
my O-line. My left tackle, Matt Oler. Left guard, Ian Padilla. Center, Jack O'Connell. Right guard, James Tarzan. And right tackle, Blake Belcher. I owe it to those guys, really.
You gotta give that love to the big
That's
boys
right,
up front,
buddy.
right?
That's a way to do it.
Yeah.
All right, Caden. Anything else you want to add before we hand the phone over to Tommy Bonner?
No, sir.
All right, thank you much. Congratulations, Caden, on an excellent victory.
Thank you. Hello?
Tommy?
Yes, sir.
Hey, nice victory tonight. You guys have really been rolling, putting up numbers. This was a nice win for you, especially when you have Hobart coming in next week. Your transition from going from Illinois back to Hanover Central, that must have been a tough thing. But, boy, you've really pulled it off.
Well, yeah, I think there. I mean, when you got great coaches and just great players, just all around you, it makes it so much easier. I mean, I came in here, just trying to work my butt off, really just prove myself as just a great person and a great leader, just lead by example. But really, just teammates and just the positive energy they all have, the coaches just carry around. It made it so much easier and just it was a smooth transition. So I'm just grateful to be on the team.
So, Tommy, Ben Kolodzinski here. It seems like you have meshed back into this roster seamlessly. How did you accomplish that?
I mean, just taking it day by day. Really, just focusing on myself and just the team around me. Just trying to build just great relationships, and then just one day at a time. And using the ability God's given me, and really, yeah, just the relationship is just the key factor. Just the camaraderie, the more tight we get, it's just the more natural we play, and it's just such a smooth just transition and overall. So, yeah, it's just really just the relationships behind it.
It has to be. I've always thought, this is Wayne, and I've always thought that the quarterback position was the most important position on the team. You've really brought out the talent of Rocco Bartolomeo. He's really had a nice season because of your ability to throw it. Verrett has always been a threat. When you have that type of, chemistry between your receiver, an outstanding back, and yourself at quarterback, and Verrett's already talked about having this great offensive line, that has to make all your decisions a little easier.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's just 100% better, 100% easier with the guys up front. Just great guys and just very hard workers on and off the field, everything. I'm just so grateful to have them. And just having the field guys around, they really just make it look easy. And I don't want to get a lot of the credit because they truly do deserve it, especially today. They just, really stepped up, and just having them around is just awesome because I just got to get in their hands, and I trust every single one of these guys on the field. So it's just, extremely easy with them. So I love them. So,
Tommy, congratulations on a great victory. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, just thank you for this time. Yeah, it was awesome. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations on a strong victory.
Tommy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Take care.
All right, thank you much. You see, these are the types of things that we love to do with this program. Highlight two excellent, young, intelligent, well-spoken student athletes who, these are the types of individuals that we love as Northwest Indiana people, as the people of Hanover Central. These are great kids, and we want to give a platform for them here. And so that was our Tommy Williams Coach's Corner, this time taken over by two of the best players in Northwest Indiana in Caden Verrett and Tommy Bonner. So exciting times here. We have some games that have gone final. We have some games that are still in the final stages. But we're going to go ahead and catch our breath on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Liskey and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at liskeyandnondorf.com.
In the world of internet influencers and YouTube stars, it's not enough to be ordinary.
There's the sheep who don't know they're sheep. There's the specials. And then there's the sheep who maybe would buy products that make them feel special.
And how special are you? Next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge, the cult of the self and how it swallowed America.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
This weekend marks the 100th anniversary of the first ever round-the-world journey by aircraft. After 6 months flying from spot to spot around the globe, planes made of wood and fabric touched down in their final destination.
It really is Seattle's best-kept secret in aviation.
But a secret no more. This year, Seattle is hosting a centennial celebration to mark the achievement. That's on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Literacy is rampant in some American school districts, and a couple with real star power hopes to be part of the solution.
Minority kids especially are behind, and once you fall behind, it's so hard to catch up.
That third grade reading level and these kids not being able to hit that benchmark, that determines their entire future. That's what lit a fire under us.
Steph and Aisha Curry, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in Saturday morning at 7 for Weekend Edition Saturday here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We do have a couple more games going, but right now we've got Gary Graven with an update from our Beef of the Week, Hobart at Lowell. Gary, what's going on?
We have, with the running clock, gone final here. The final is 42-7, Hobart over Lowell. Really, Hobart in command most of this game. The second quarter, just a little bit sloppy for Hobart, but they, like last week in the second half, they really asserted themselves, and they are certainly geared up and ready for the visit from Hanover Central next week. For Lowell, this is not the kind of performance they were looking for on their homecoming night. Very disappointing. This is it's a team playing a lot of young players, but still, for the Lowell fans, it's a very disappointing loss. And we mentioned earlier in the show, next week, it's KV coming to town, and that means the return of one Kirk Kennedy to Lowell.
Right.
So that will be an incredible matchup next week. Both these teams, again, kind of heading in a little bit of different directions here. Hobart will be playing for the conference championship basically next week, so we'll see how that goes. By the way, just as a side note, the final for that Hammond Central Andrew game was Andrew 44, Hammond Central 6.
44-6. Wow. A little bit lopsided there, just like almost every other game here in Northwest Indiana.
It really was, but again, I think next week, again, if we can peek ahead, Valpo-Maryville is a very interesting game next week. Chesterton Lake Central, I think, is interesting. Hanover-Hobart, we talked about. Munster-Highland, that was an incredible overtime game last year.
Right, yeah.
And then Griffith is at Westside. So we have a number of games next week, I think, that will be closer than the games were tonight.
Sure.
Also, Indianapolis-Chittard, if people want to see one of the best programs in the state, Chittard is at Andrean next Friday night.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that'll be really interesting to see. Chittard making the Northern Indiana tour here, playing a handful of Northwest Indiana teams. So very interesting there.
Yes, again, we've talked about Andrean takes on all comers. Chittard already has played Hanover in that rain-shortened game earlier in the season. It's obviously going to be a tall order for Andrean next week. But again, they don't back down from anybody. So if Chittard's willing to come and play, they're going to play them.
Well, there's a reason why Andrean has marched down state frequently, and they take them all on, and that is that fighting attitude that you love to see from the 59ers.
Absolutely. And again, the regular season, because of how Indiana's structured with everybody making the tournament, the regular season record really doesn't matter, especially in your non-conference games. So Andrean has viewed that as games to learn and get better. So we'll see what Chittard brings when they are in Northwest Indiana next Friday.
So one thing I wanted to add as we're going to let you go here as we kind of milk the rest of the show away is the field at Lowell is absolutely gorgeous, and I just love the way it looks on the screen. How's it look in person, Gary?
It's not even it doesn't even do it justice. They've actually created a beautiful setting with banners, a lot of banners, the senior banners.
Oh, yeah, nice.
And it's not finished. You know, they just put down the turf for the soccer field in the last week or so. The bleachers aren't even there yet, but they are going to get to play a couple of home soccer games before the end of the year.
Okay, good.
Just got to bring your lawn chair. And then softball and baseball still need to be finished. They're moving the tennis courts. I mean, this is a major project for Lowell that they are doing here. I think they're even building a new swimming pool. So this is a huge deal that has been years in the making to get this done. And so they still have work to do. Patty McCormick there, Mike Magley, the assistant athletic director, great guy. Keith Kilmer, assistant athletic director. They're doing good things there. But again, this is if you want to see the newest of the new, this is a beautiful new setting. And these new stadiums, starting when Hobart and Maryville were built, these new stadiums are something to see.
Oh, sure. I'll have to try to make a pilgrimage down there at some point. The thing is, though, the longer our show goes, that means the more success is happening in Northwest Indiana. So we may not get an opportunity to see it anytime soon, but I hear it's great, and it's great for the community of Lowell to have these upgrades.
It's interesting, too. Sorry to interrupt you there. It's interesting because next week, Lowell only has 3 regular season home games, and next week is the 3rd. So that will be their last home game, and then in the playoffs, we'll see how that gets drawn and who they have to play. But next week when KV comes to town is their last regular season home game.
I was unaware of that. That's wild. Well, very interesting. All right, Gary, anything else you want to add before we let you go for the evening?
No, again, I think, this is just one of those nights, a lot of blowouts in the area. But next week, I think we're going to have a number of great games.
I hope so, and I'm looking forward to it as I am every Friday night.
Sounds good, Ben.
All right, thanks,
We'll
Gary.
see you, bud.
Yep, we'll see you, Wayner.
All right, that's Gary Graben with our Beef of the Week, a Hobart victory over the Lowell Red Devils. And with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and kick it over to a scoreboard update.
And now, the scoreboard update. A lot of games have gone final across Northwest Indiana. Let's get to at least, all of them, I suppose, in one fashion or another, final or not. Congratulations to Coach Bazia getting his 250th career coaching win as Crown Point defeats Valparaiso 41-7. Coach Bazia's coached at Portage, Michigan City, as well as Homewood Flossmoor in his coaching career. Comes back to Northwest Indiana after leaving the region to go to HF, and comes back and puts together just a completely dominant Crown Point team. At this point, the major hurdles, guys, have been cleared in the Duneland. I don't see anybody slowing down Crown Point really until we start talking sectional championships and possible regionals. Before I think they really start to run into a team that might be even on par with them. But again, you can only play the teams that are on your schedule in front of you. Elsewhere across the region, Michigan City's leading Lake Central 20-0. Maryville has defeated the LaPorte Slicers 28-0 there. Pirates moved to 5-1 on the season, 3-1 in the Duneland, and LaPorte still winless at 0-6 on the season there. Excuse me, that update was 35-0, not 28-0 there. 35-0. My apologies. I can't read my own, I'd say writing, but I have it written on a score sheet here. So my own typing, I suppose. Yeah. Portage and Chesterton 0-0 in the, now I believe, the fourth quarter. It has been interesting to say the least, as Portage and Chesterton. Chesterton drove down, got inside the 5-yard line, and then fumbled it and turned it over. So it's still 0-0. That score is accurate. It is homecoming night for the Trojans as they're trying to get something into the end zone here to celebrate, but we shall see there. But nonetheless, a second straight week for Chesterton, playing a very, 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 very close game, although this one incredibly low scoring compared to last week's game against Valpo. And Drayen defeats Highland 38-7 there as the Trojans get on the board in the the Trojans get on the board in the last few moments of that game. Hobart defeats Lowell 42-7. Munster and Hanover Central on that one. That game has gone final as I wait for my sheet did not correctly update the final score on that one.
42-6.
42-6. Thank you. I don't know what happened here. I'm going to blame Google on this one. Moving along here, we've got Griffith defeating East Chicago 49-0 there. The last update I had here, 37-6, Hammond Central over the Andrew Thunderbolts, but that one has now since gone final, 44-6 there. So that is the final. Hammond Central gets on the board in the fourth quarter, but that's about all she wrote there. Boone Grove and River Forest all knotted up at 24 apiece. A lot of Boone Grove field goals this evening. Probably a sign of the times tonight in terms of the games there with teams kicking into and kicking with the wind, dictating whether or not they go for two or kick an extra point or go for a field goal.
They are going to overtime now. I know somebody who's there, and he's texting a group chat that I'm in, and they are going to overtime.
All right, so that game is headed to overtime for Boone Grove and River Forest at 24 apiece. But again, I'm counting at least two, if not three, Boone Grove field goals tonight. I think it's two Boone Grove field goals and a River Forest field goal. So 3 made field goals in a football game between two teams always feels like a lot. So we'll see what becomes of that one in overtime there. Last update we had here, Whiting has recently taken a 24-22 lead in the fourth quarter over Calumet in that game. And Bishop Knoll leading Lake Station 32-6 in the third quarter is the last score update we have there. North Judson defeats Triton 40-0. Pioneer is victorious over South Central 57-6. North Miami beats Winnemac 41-14. Still no update from Bowman at North White this evening. Central Catholic out of Lafayette defeats Rensselaer Central 17-6. And still no update from Gary Westside at Wheeler. And then in Thursday night action, Kankakee Valley at Culver. Culver was victorious last night 35-28. And I should be remiss. It was Portage who turned it over recently against Chesterton. Gotcha. I got those two teams crisscrossed in that regard. But
fair enough. We appreciate it, Tom. Hey, Tom, you hang out with us. You don't go nowheres, all right? We're going to keep you here. We're going to go ahead and go to Russell Broadhacker with an update from Lake Central and Michigan City. Russell, what's going on? Russell, are you there?
Yeah, we have 5 minutes, 30 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter. These penalties are really keeping this game prolonged here. Just to give you an example, at one point, about 2 progressions ago, Lake Central was facing a 3rd and 47. Due to penalties.
Wow.
So that has been the tail of the tape. I've turned to a couple people on the sideline and be like, how many do you think it is? And at this point, we're all like, it's way too many to count. I haven't been to a game or involved in a game where there's been this many penalties. But nonetheless, we do have that score update because it is 20-7 Lake Central. Lake Central has finally broken off that goose egg. That came from a 12-yard pass from Riddick to Reed. Nice little, fade out. He caught it on the Lake Central sidelines there on the corner pylon. Under a little bit of tight coverage, but for the most part, had a window, and Riddick was able to find it and link up to him. Following that there was an onside kick recovered by Lake Central. The number 21 was accredited with that, Michael Legou. They are right now, ball is on the 29. They have 8 yards to go, and it's looking at second down. So I am seeing some more life in Lake Central. They're not giving up. They're not rolling over. Prior to that touchdown, Michigan City had called a timeout, and I just hear the defensive coordinator screaming, do not give up that goose egg. Do not let them score. And yet, right now as we're talking, huge 29, 30-yard pass straight to number 16 for Lake Central, bringing another touchdown. That would be Trevor Kubaki. He's been a pretty decent target throughout the night for Riddick. Again, nothing really to speak of until this fourth quarter. Right now, the score is now 20-13. We'll see if Williams' extra point will go good. He is kicking into the wind. To get that onside kick, they did need to have some teams hold the ball. So the ball tipped over about twice. Battling through the wind, he's still able to get it to the upright. That is 20-14 with 5 minutes, 6 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter. Game's not over.
Wow.
Honestly, and this has all happened here within the last 3 minutes. It was 8 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Score was 20-0. I'm seeing all these penalty flags on the field. I'm like, come on, ref. We all know Michigan City's doing this job. They're holding them tight. Lake Central doesn't really have a chance. If you want to throw on the run clock, I don't think anyone's going to stop you. At least not throwing this much laundry out on the field. And lo and behold, Lake Central was just waiting for that lull. They're starting to come out a little bit with a more full head of steam. I would be willing to wager they're going to try to go for another onside kick and get that ball right back in their hands. Riddick seems to be on a roll. What is baffling to me is throughout the entire night, Riddick has not been able to complete a forward pass, anything more than 10 yards.
Wow.
And both of these touchdowns have came with over 15-yard passes. So he's getting somehow confident in his stride and still able to produce something here offensively.
Russell, in this game, you were talking about all the penalties. Have there been equal amount of penalties on both teams?
I'd say it'd be a solid 60-40 split. Michigan City, a lot of those, personal fouls, roughing the passer, face mask, stuff like that. A lot of defensive pass interferences. They're definitely, and even dating back to when I was playing, that makes me sound old. But back when I was playing, like Michigan City, we always knew them as some roughneck ball players. They weren't afraid to, if we had dirt on the field, they grabbed some dirt and kind of blow it in your eyes a little bit. Like they were not dirty per se, but they were definitely tough. Lake Central kicks it deep. Harvell takes it up about 5 yards, shedding off one tackle, 2 tackles. He's able to get it up to about the 11-yard line. Michigan City has the ball with 4 minutes, 50 seconds left. But as far as the penalty is concerned, Michigan City playing their roughneck ball. Lake Central just seems like they a little bit at points too antsy with those false starts. And that's been the majority of their calls. I think it's been false starts, offsides. A lot of the penalties have been coming from the offensive side. But again, 60-40 split. I know the majority definitely is leading towards Lake Central, but Michigan City's right in there.
All right, thanks, Russell. We only have about 15 minutes left in the show, so we're gonna hang out here with you. We're gonna give you the call back. So whenever you give us a call, when something's going on here, so you will be first in line. So give us a call back when something more happens.
I'm probably one of the only guys out here still, but hey, I just want to say just take a moment to say thank you guys so much for everything you're doing. Like it's late at night here in the region. You've covered countless games going on throughout many conferences all throughout Northwest Indiana, giving these student athletes the microphone and really just shedding light on the dedication and the hard work that they're putting in both on the field and in the classroom. Thank you guys so much for everything that you're doing, supporting these programs in the way that you are. And, thank you for supporting Lakeshore Public Media. I know my day job is their communication coordinator, and I love writing about game night. I love hearing the community's reaction, knowing that, we're right here in the heart of the community covering the community sport, which is a true builder of it. So I want to thank you guys for all of your work, all of your dedication. I know you guys have been on the team for a number of years and just really putting your heart and soul into this. So thank you guys very much, and I will be calling you back for an update.
Thank you, Russell.
Russell.
We appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Lake Central and Michigan City game. Well, speaking of, being the communication coordinator here and talking about game night, this is our pledge week, and I wanted to speak with Tom Maloney about this since we have Tom here. Being pledge week, we are dependent on our listeners and our viewers, helping us out financially. If you like what you're seeing and you'd like to be a part of what we're doing, a financial donation would be a wonderful boost in us. We do this because we want to tell the great story of Northwest Indiana student athletes. Student first, athletes second, but excelling in both fields. That's what we want to do here, and it's in a benefit in Northwest Indiana. And I know, Tom, you've been working really hard to help promote Pledge the last few weeks here at Lakeshore. What do you have to say about helping to garner some funds here for Lakeshore Public Media?
Ben, it's one of those things where you listen to Game Night, and this is the longest running program on the station. This is the 16th season of Game Night in some form or some iteration, and I tell you what, the current version that you get to watch and or listen to now, I think, is such a step up from where the program began those 16 years ago. Andrew sitting in the same area. It's a different chair, different seat now compared to what it was 16 years ago. It's a little more comfortable now than it was back then too. But 16 years ago, I remember wrapping up the first show for Game Night, and I was sweating. I was literally sweating in the studios. I was handling the board, and I was handling all of the phone calls, and then host Len Clark was doing all of the live updates with everything, and then doing scoreboard updates. And I think within a matter of weeks, we had brought in Andy Schultz, who was doing the, I believe, Lake Central games at the time, to come in and do the scoreboard updates. Andy ended up taking over as a prime host for a number of years. We've had folks like Brian Gertch in the studio. We've had, of course, Wayne doing double duty between TV and radio, and of course Tommy Williams with Wayne. And Tommy's work on Game Night will absolutely never be forgotten, and a terrific and fitting tribute here at the beginning of the program to go ahead and see that all put together by the crew here. But Game Night has changed and evolved, and it just keeps getting better, which is really incredible to see, really incredible to hear. And it's just not possible without listener support.
Right.
So when they make that pledge at lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give, make sure you put in the comments, hey, I love Game Night. I love hearing these fantastic stories about high school athletes. I love listening from wherever I am in the country, because I want to listen to how my alma mater is doing on a Friday night. Or maybe you just want to check in and see what some of the big games are for the week as it is. And none of this is possible without listener support. And for this program to continue for another 16 years, we need your pledge right now at lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give.
Really well said, Maloney. We really appreciate that. And, Tom's been working really hard here to help provide some of the best radio programming in Northwest Indiana. And we really appreciate his hard work.
And also, Tom, you want to thank the people that volunteer their time as correspondents. Gary Graben does an unbelievable job of getting all these people together. And as this has gone along, the correspondents have changed, but the whole process has just expanded.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go, Boone Grove.
Oh, we've got a cheer here.
We do have an update, guys, as we wrap up the evening. In overtime, River Forest scores first on their opening possession to go up 34-21. Boone Grove then answers on their first possession of the first overtime. They score, and it's River Forest up 31-30. Boone Grove calls a timeout, and on a night when their kicker hits a couple of long-distance field goals, you would think kick the extra point and play for second overtime. They opt to go for two. The quarterback keeper from Mark Rowan on the option run out to the right side of the field splits 3 defenders and is able to get into the end zone. Boone Grove is victorious tonight at River Forest, 32-31, getting their first conference victory of the season, moving to 3-3 on the season, and River Forest falls to 3-3 on the season there. So that game just going final quite literally moments ago. So.
All right. Thanks, Tom. We appreciate all your help today, Tom. Thank you for everything you've done for us, and we'll talk to you next week.
I do have one more update as well. Okay. Chesterton finally got on the board. They're up 3-0 thanks to an Andrew Pasillo 41-yard field goal.
Oh, my goodness.
So Chesterton taking a 3-0 lead there over Portage in that one.
Thanks, Tom. We appreciate it. That was Tom Maloney with our scoreboard updates. So, he's done an excellent job for us. I know, Tom, you've got I believe you've got a personal call here that's being, someone's trying to get your attention here, so we'll let you get to that. We'll go ahead and kind of discuss how the rest of our night's going to get going here. Let's talk about our surprises of the night here. Wayne, what is your surprise of the night?
Top surprise. It should not be, but I would have never thought that this was going to happen. Crown Point 41, Valparaiso 7.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very interesting dynamic there. Crown Point is awfully tough, and they look really impressive right now. Andrew, what about you? What is your surprise of the night?
I'm going to go with Hobart steamrolling Lowell. I thought that would have been a closer game tonight. With the wind and everything, I would have thought that both teams keep it on the ground, playing to their strengths, and I really thought Lowell would have kept it closer.
I understand that, and that's definitely a circumstance where that rivalry game, that it's a really tough situation, and definitely an interesting dynamic that's, a lopsided game. For me, my surprise of the night is the 3-0 score in a Chesterton game here towards the end of the
Actually, that is 10-0 now.
Oh, so I guess a touchdown has been scored at least in the last couple moments. So that is a bit of a offensive explosion, it appears, at the Chesterton game up there, Portage versus Chesterton. So 10-0. Chesterton leads, I presume, late in the fourth quarter.
I am also surprised that Boone Grove scored 32 points to beat River Forest tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Great for Boone Grove. That's awesome.
Honestly, that is the closest score across the region tonight, unfortunately.
All right, we've got Russell Broadhacker with an update from Lake Central and Michigan City. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys, so I'm willing to venture. The game's about to go final. Lake Central made its final stand. It was a 4th and long opportunity. He went deep ball with an incomplete pass, so right now Michigan City takes over on downs with 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. Here in the fourth quarter. So the score is 20-14. I'd imagine they go and just run the ball up the gut, maybe get a first down, but they're definitely going to keep it to the ground, just do some clock management. I can't imagine Lake Central getting the ball back here. I know time's running out for our sportscast, so I'd be willing to put my corresponding career on the line.
Well, we've got a little bit of time. We've got time. We can talk this one out, Russell. So what happened on that last drive for Lake Central?
So Michigan City was forced to punt. Lake Central had a solid stand on defense. Stacked Hart behind the line of scrimmage, making it a 4th and long opportunity. Michigan City punts it away. A somewhat, about 5-10 yard return, nothing crazy, but that return was able to put them in the Michigan City territory. From there, they marched it without getting a first down. Again, I think I see 2 more penalties throughout that drive. So given that, a 4th and long opportunity and a long ball for an incomplete pass, right now Michigan City is lining up in victory formation. So my career as a correspondent continues. The final score is 20-14 Michigan City over Lake Central.
So, Russ, you got to give Lake Central a bit of credit here. They stormed back and scored 2 touchdowns in quick succession. They put a little bit of a scare into Michigan City late.
I was looking over at the Michigan City sideline, faculty, coaches. Everyone was just kind of biting their nails, pacing around a little bit. They did not expect it. This game seemed like a sure win all the way up to the fourth quarter, and then exactly that. Lake Central, with a little bit of spark left, does back-to-back touchdowns and just made everybody kind of gasp and hold their breath for what we're seeing right now, which is that final score. So, no, every credit to Lake Central. They did not give up. Even when it was 20-0, they were able to hold a line of scrimmage. They were able to still put a fight up against Hart and his offense, contrary to all the scores going up against them. They stayed in it, and same offensively, they were still trudging the ball forward. They were still in the trenches and still hitting their blocks. So as a program, they should be proud. I know that they're going to be taking a loss here. I'm not sure if what that does to their rankings or anything, but I do know as far as their record, that's going to put them at a 3-3 for
Right.
Lake Central. Now Michigan City is looking at a 2-4. So there's still some games left to go here in the season. I love the energy Michigan City has. They're really rough. They're in the trenches. They're explosive offensively with some great play calling and some great play execution. I know Lake Central has been having just a really great beginning of their season to be 3-2. So I'm excited to hopefully cross paths with them again later on as the season progresses. I think that they have a lot of tools in their toolbox. I really hope that Turnley, I believe, was their running back's name, or Turley. I really hope he recovers well. Same with their number 74 offensive lineman. As long as they stay healthy, I can see great things for this program. But, all kudos out to everyone that played tonight. They played a respectful game through and through, regardless of the penalties, and both programs should be proud.
All right, thanks, Russ. We appreciate it. One more time, what was that final?
Final score, 20-14, Michigan City Wolves over Lake Central Indians. And thank you guys so much. You guys have a great night.
Thank you, you too, Russell. That was Russell Broadhacker covering Lake Central at Michigan City. All right, we've got about 2 minutes left in this show. We're going to go ahead and do some rapid-fire scores here. I'll get the first page here. We've got Crown Point over Valparaiso, 41-7. We've got Lake Central falling to Michigan City, 20-14. And we've got Maryville winning 35-0 over LaPorte.
We've got Chesterton now leading 10-0. That game's not over yet. Andrean wins 38-7, and Hobart wins 42-7.
All right, and then we've got next slide here. All right, we've got Hanover Central winning 42-6 over Munster. We've got Griffith 49 and East Chicago Central nothing. We've got Hammond Central falling to Andrew, Illinois 44-6.
And then we've got River Forest falling to Boone Grove 32. Boone Grove, River Forest 31. We have Calumet beating Whiting 30-24. We've got Bishop Knoll over Lake Station 47-6.
All right, we got to go real quick here. We got North Judson 40, Triton nothing. We've got Pioneer over South Central 57-6. We've got North Miami 41 and Winnemac 14.
And no score with Bowman, and we've got Lafayette Central Catholic 17, Rensselaer 6.
All right, no score update from Gary Westside and Wheeler. We do have a Thursday game of Culver Academy 35 and Kankakee Valley 28. And I think that's it for our finals. We're going to go ahead and say some thank yous here as we close out the show for the end of the day. I want to thank Dr. Reed Amons. I want to thank Russell Broadhacker, me, Ray Fernandez, Al Rodriguez, and Gary Graben. I want to thank our Coach's Corner, which this week they were students, as Students' Corners, for Tommy Bonner and Caden Verrett. For Andrew Johnson, Kyle Svetich, Tom Maloney, and Wayne Svetanoff, my name is Ben Kolodzinski. Good night.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
Disaster personnel are assisting according to the White House. Helene is now a tropical storm